Is it hard to be fresh if you don't have money, or can you still pull it off?
See, when I ain't had no money, I still had sauce. See, if you don't got no sauce, then you're lost. But you can also get lost in the sauce.
You can how you get lost in the sauce?
Man, a bitch gonna get lost in the sauce, man. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, man.
I'm sprinkling sauce, dropping sauce every street, man.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I dig it.
Overdose of sauce.
That's what it is.
No meat, just sauce.
When you're born, can you be born with sauce, or do you acquire
no,
sauce?
No, you can't born with sauce.
You get sauce. You get sauce from.
How you gonna be born with seasoning? You gotta get seasoned. I wasn't born with all this sauce.
Hell yeah.
I had to acquire this sauce.
We're gonna get this place hot and clammy. Just like the McBoyles like it. The whole family's here.
How many? What is that a jar of? What is that a jar of, dude? What is that? Whoa, Jesus!
Hey, man.
We cannot have the McPoyle brothers in here creeping everybody out, bro. They bang each other. Margaret, what are you doing here? Is that like a sexual thing? All right, let's do this.
She's still expecting a call.
That's not gonna happen, so just move past it, all right?
You will call her!
How many can there possibly be? Oh, good to see her again. Good. She doesn't know what I'm saying, right? Okay.
What is that, a fight?
Where's your brother, dude?
We just stepped out of the shower. He'll be down in a minute.
All right, listen, you guys can't go... Did you just say we?
Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Ryan.
You think I'm bluffing? I think you're bluffing. You think I'm bluffing? I think you're bluffing. Then bluff this. Ryan, stab somebody.
McBoyle bloodline's been pure and clean for 1,000 years. This marriage is an abomination.
Now, when you say pure and clean, you mean what exactly?
It means we haven't bred outside the bloodline.
For 1,000 years?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
My client is odd. You might even refer to his family as very creepy.
Now, there was another member of the McPoyle family clan at the wedding the night of the incident. A one Mr. Royal McPoyle, a bird. Look into the gallery and you will see Royal's victims. It took Margaret's vocal cords in 1999, leaving her mute. Keith McPoyle lost his eyes and his ears to it in 76. Fly, my pet! Fly!
Later, bitches.
Oh shit, I'm gonna be sick.
Go, do it. Go, feel it. Let it out.
Let's just get out of here.
Don't flush.
Talking like a gremlin, hypersonic lady. Out of Iran, out of Iran. Walls are coming down, beat it to Candace Owens. Too much Iran, too much Iran. Miriam Francois makes me feel like a BBI. No Mongolian, Chinese Greta Wall, Thunberg, 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 Thunberg. Mongolian, Chinese Greta Wall, Thunberg.
Well, you're just talking like a Mongoloid.
I don't give a fuck. I am a Mongoloid. In my heart, I'm a Mongoloid. That is what I am. We are a horde. That is what we are. Yes, we are that. We are 100% that.
That's not something to be proud of.
It is something to be proud of, because the Mongols are the ones who created civilization. And you created nothing but barbarism. You're the fucking barbarians. You destroyed the treasures of mankind. The Mongols only united it. What the fuck do you know about civilization? What the fuck do you know about pride? What the fuck do you have to be proud of? Except looting, genociding, and destroying the cultures and peoples and wealth of this world. What the fuck do you know, Cans Cuck?
Well, you're the one here chimping out, so...
I am chipping out, bitch, because I'm a fucking human being. And you're a little soy boy cuck, little bitch. You don't know who the fuck I am.
No, I see you. I think you're a Mongoloid. That's what you...
I am a Mongoloid, you're right. It is what I am, and I'm proud of being that.
Well, it's an anthropological term. It doesn't actually mean Mongol.
Oh, so what's your fucking point? You ugly, disgusting, fucking barbarian, smelly piece of shit. You want to talk racism? I can be way more racist than you, Angloid. What fucking civilizations did Angloids ever fucking have? It needed the Romans to fuck all of you in your ass to give you any civilization. You never had any of your own. You want to be racist? I could be way more racist. You want to talk shit about Asians? What the fuck do you have on Asia, huh?
I have nothing on it.
You have nothing, because you're a Can's cuck, bitch.
Okay, people, back again with another one. Bonkakat. James. What's good, people? What's good, password? Big up Malaysia. What's good, Ray? Going through a divorce. What's good, Marcos? What's good, Halloween? What's good, Miku? If you're nasty, why are you crying? Yo, Philip. Yo, Philip. What the fuck is your obsession with problematic Asian men? What is your obsession with problematic Asian men, me included? Lee Kuan Yew is an empire dick licker. What's good, Kime Aboyade? What's good, Revo? Why is my voice so deep? What happened to me? Did I grow up or some shit? What's good, Too Old for the Witch? I'm not complaining, but for some reason my voice is deep as shit. Just fucking me. My bad. I was talking about Lee Kuan Yew, Philip. I was talking about Lee Kuan Yew. I don't know about Deng. I'm not a Dengist. Yeah. Let's talk about the Platner. Before we talk about the Platner, let me just, you get me. Let me promote the stream. I'm going to go on Instagram story. I'm going to go on TikTok. Give me a minute. Give me a fucking minute. Yeah, Lee Kuan Yew was a U.S. puppet. Revo knows. He's a capitalist. Lee Kuan Yew was talking shit about China, actually. Right? Because he's a Western stooge. But let's not get into that. We're not gonna get into that, okay? Where were we? Okay, let me just play some music while I try to promote the streams and shit, right?
Shabby fucking puppy, the president of Pluto.
Fire, man.
Desperado. Many, my amigo. Balotelli, ladies taking me photo. Paparazzi, Don Julio, Don Diami, Ekumete la ni pestas la azametra la ni la Ekumete la ni pestas la azametra la la yeah la the way I see me here, because of the way I talking to me here. Think you see me the street of Opa, you see me the street of Sapler, you see me go, you see me tell Joshua, you can talk to me like this. Yeah, I'll be your wow. Do you want to know?
I probably gotta stop the video because I could probably get me. I could probably get I don't know, can your stream get taken down if you're just playing music and shit? Yo, Philip, I literally live throughout Lee Kuan Yew. He's a capitalist. He's a Lee Kuan Yew is the worst thing to ever happen to Southeast Asia. Singapore is remember when Vietnam happened, right? Singapore was where they funneled the money and the weapons. Singapore is the Israel of Southeast Asia. And people say, Indonesia support Israel too. Malaysia sometimes trade with Israel too. But we're not Israel. We might make deals with the US because we're forced to. But Singapore is the literal Israel of the Southeast Asia. Whenever the USA want to bomb Vietnam, want to bomb Laos, the money goes through Singapore. Right now, what's happening right now with Iran? What's happening right now with Iran, right? Whenever the U.S. ships need repairs, they go to Singapore. Okay? Look, why do I give a fuck about what Deng Xiaoping has to say? I don't give a shit about Deng. I don't give a shit, right? I give a shit about reality, and the reality is the Singapore is the Israel of Southeast Asia. Okay? This is where the money flows. This is where the U.S. ships. Philip, pay attention to what's happening right now in the world. Pay attention to what's happening right now. When the U.S. ships need repairs, they go to Singapore. So whenever the U.S. want to attack any country in Asia, right, they have military bases. They have whole countries as military bases. And that includes Singapore, South Korea, Japan, Taiwan. These are the 4 Israels of Asia, right? Where does the IDF, how does the Singapore army train? Do you know that the Singapore army was trained by the IDF? Do you know this? Right? Singapore army is trained by the IDF. Right? This is not a secret. Right. I don't look, Philip, glazing Singapore is unprecedented. Like I don't know what to say. Anyway, I gotta promote my streams on the Instagram.
Minister of Enjoyment, Intercontinental, Monumental, we go live forever. Drop another bank out, at the mat there must be meta. Smoky Zaza, let me can't forget your mother. Egume do la o, ni pestaza o la o, azametra o la o, ni do la o, egume do la o, ni pestaza o la o, azametra o la o, ni yo la o, ye la o, ye yo la o, ye la o, ye la o, desperado. My amigo, Balotelli, ladies taking me photo, paparazzi, Don Julio, Don Miami.
What song should I play next? I just need to get this Instagram popping. Indonesia is more, I wouldn't say Israel. Indonesia is the USA. Indonesia is the USA of Southeast Asia and Yeah, because Indonesia is a large is a large country, right? So Indonesia is kind of an empire. Yo, what's good? What's good, Black Banana? What's good, Mike Ecker? What's good, August Demirelli? What's good? Oh man, what's good? Timakashiv. Mr. Max Montes. Hey, Bunker, I heard Israel is invading Latin America. I think the USA is invading Latin America. And Israel, I think right now Israel is focusing on Albania for some reason. I mean, not Israel, but Zios. They're focusing on they want a new island. I don't know about Latin America, maybe I don't know, but the USA is generally too old for the wish. Israel is swarming Argentina and Peru. Argentina was supposed to be Israel. I mean, right? Argentina was one of those candidates to become Israel. Oh, you mean Israelis? Yeah, Israel is part of the U.S. empire. It's part of the U.S. empire. So I'm assuming what's good at Klim Kim Tab. I'm assuming Latin means Latin America. I'm assuming. I don't know what else could Rage Against the Machine. Unless it's Rage Against the Machine, like it's racist Chinese Rage Against the Machine, right? Unless that's what you meant. Wait, I gotta promote this on Instagram. On Instagram.
Son Piker on the basis that Destiny watched one of my videos on his stream for about 5 seconds and then closed it, and they span that into me supposedly going on Destiny's stream to collaborate with him. And Hassan got that narrative from one of his fans. A completely obsessed fan, in fact. Someone who has been obsessed with him for, honestly, I think it's the better part of a decade now. This guy right here, Ogre Boy 6. He is
Ogre Boy.
How do you even describe him? How do you even describe
Friend
this
of the
person?
show. Ogre Boy. No, wait a minute.
Son Piker on
Big up Ogre Boy, though.
Here's a post that he made on Destiny stream to collaborate with him. And Hassan got that narrative from one of his fans. A completely obsessed fan, in fact. Someone who has been obsessed with him for, honestly, I think it's the better part of a decade now. This guy right here, Ogre Boy 6. He is a, how do you even describe him? How do you even describe this person? I think the best way to describe him would be to show you his tattoo. Here's a post that he made saying, I have a series of black work tattoo bands up my right arm that end in a pattern on my shoulder that wraps over my collarbone. This is on the same strip in between the bands as Bernie. He has a Bernie Sanders tattoo as well. And I also plan on adding the Fiend or Rhea Ripley on the same strip. And this is his Hassan Piker with his dog tattoo. So I don't know who the Fiend or Rhea Ripley are, but given that he has Bernie Sanders and Hassan Piker tattooed on his body, I think it's safe to say that it's probably nothing good. Okay? So this is clearly someone whose entire life is dedicated to like fucking Zionists like Bernie Sanders and streamers like Hassan Piker. He goes around looking for their approval literally 24/7, which is why he ends up posting shit like this. Like he's like, hey, Hassan.
Yo, big up Ogre Boy though. I mean, he's a friend of the show, by the way. Friend of the show, but it is what it is.
I'm obsessed with you. Please notice. Please notice me. Here's this guy who critiques you. I know that you don't like to actually respond to his videos and you never even address any of the criticism. Here's an opportunity for you to pretend that your enemy is actually collaborating with Destiny so that you have yet more excuse to avoid addressing the criticism. And like Hassan ends up spreading it, of course. And Ogre Boy 6 gets some endorphins from being acknowledged by the guy who he has tattooed on his body. And everyone leaves happy. These two have like a relationship between like a parasite and a host, basically. Which one's the parasite and which one's the host? I don't know, honestly. But it's definitely like that. Now, you might think it ends there. You might think that's the end of it. What if I told you, though, that it's not? What if I told you that there is more to this story, dating back to the 2019s and the 2020 Bernie Sanders presidential primary run? What if I told you that back then...
August Demirelli, BE calls out all the imperialist leftists. Yeah, BE don't give a shit, okay? Right? BE is a cracker who gets us. Who understands the feelings of someone born in the global south. Right? Even if when I was born, my country was already free from colonization, I was born hating the USA. I was born, when I was a child, uncles would bring us to the musalla. He would bring a VCR, because VCR player is expensive back in the day. Nobody had it. Most people didn't have it. So unks would bring VCR and the TV, and we were little conservative Muslim kids, right? And they would play the tapes. They would play the Palestine tapes, the Afghanistan tapes. Like, you know, we saw the children, the Palestinian children, throwing rocks at the U.S. of A. I mean, at the Israel. Musalla is like a small, it's not a mosque. It's just a mosque, it's a school, it's where you pray, it's where you learn. It's like a school mixed with a mosque. Right? Too old for the wish. Bad Empanada was correct on a single issue. Which one? Yeah, he just understands global South sentiments. I'm not saying he's you get me. He's not fucking Stalin, right? I don't know why people expect streamers to I don't know why people expect streamers to be revolutionaries. Even in the days of the revolution, there was media, right? And you don't expect those media people to become, right? Those revolutionaries were intellectuals. They read books. They studied science. Like, I know Stalin looks like he hunts tigers, but he's an intellectual. What's good, Aliaveri? The stream is about the Platner Left. Platner Left. No, but Too Old for the Wish. He also made video about Bosnia, which I think was pretty good. Right? He made, on his main channel, he made a lot of, right? Graham, Stalin was the one. Yeah, Stalin is my guy. Sagittarius. Right? I'm not a commie. Stalin is my guy. And he's a Sagittarius. It's Saggy season. Saggy revolutionaries are scientists and intellectuals, okay? That's how it starts. It's a group of intellectuals and scientists. I don't know what it is about people. It's weird that people expect media people to be revolutionaries. Bad Empanada is doing exactly what he's doing, and that's what he is. So am I. We're doing media. We're NPCs. We're NPCs. That's what we are. We are, you know, like the Zios have their NPCs, the Zio NPCs. They go around in your comments, they go around making videos, right? They get paid to do it, right? Partly the reason why I did this is because I wanted to combat that. I wanted to combat, they have a machine. Israel has a paid machine full of NPCs just talking shit. So we need to combat that, and we did. We did combat that, right? And now we're combating the USA NPCs, the Democrat NPCs, the Republican NPCs. We're just people combating NPCs. It's not that deep. Not that deep. What we do is we're just a counter to that. We're not revolutionaries. We don't know about the revolution. Let the revolutionaries do the revolution. Let the intellectuals, let the scientists do the revolution, right? The people who understand. Let the soldiers do it, right? Let those people do it. We do what we have to do. Everybody got their own skills. Everybody is gifted. Every job is a skill. Every job is a skill. Every skill matters. So everybody do what you got to do, right? In the army, it's not just soldiers. There's mechanics. There's computer scientists. There's strategists, right? Not everybody got to be everybody. You get me, David? But why does Bad Empanada shit on vegans? What you mean? What is this question? Is this your problem with him? Right? Why do vegans shit on everyone? Every time I meet a vegan, they're fucking assholes. Right? Why you gotta be an asshole? Right? Why do you shit on everyone? Why do you lord over us? Just because we eat. Yeah. Marco Sankara played the guitar. Yeah, those people are cultured, okay? Revolutionaries, they are cultured people. I'm not cultured. I can't even play the guitar. I don't know poetry. The only poem I ever liked, what someone gave to me, was about, the empire getting murdered. Right? I'm not a poet. I'm not a man of culture. I'm just a guy talking shit. So is Bad Empanada. I don't know why people expect. Usually it's Yankubians. Yankubians are like, oh, so what are you doing about it? So how do you plan to start the revolution? The revolution does not depend on us. The revolution, this is some weird Yankubian shit that you expect entertainers to be revolutionaires. You want fucking I'm trying to think of a Yankubian entertainer. You want Kevin Spacey to be a revolution. You're expecting revolution from Hassan Piquer. Right? This is some Yankubian shit. We understand in Asia that revolution starts from intellectuals. People who read, people who understand, a group of people who study, students, scientists, poets, cultured people. This is how it starts. Look at Iran. Look at those Iranian motherfuckers. You see, in the US of A, you're trained to think that entertainers start the revolution. Your president is fucking Donald Trumpito. Right? Your ex-president Obama was talking about, oh, I know Jay-Z songs. I can rap. You're used to being ruled by fucking bozos. You're used to that. So you expect us, media, people doing independent media, to be revolutionaries. We're not. We're just NPCs. Right? Now, look at Iran. Look at their leaders. Those motherfuckers are poets, musicians, scientists. Fucking, some of them have double, triple PhDs, people. These are cultured people. Because they control the media in their country. Their media shows culture. It don't show fucking housewives of Atlanta. It shows culture, music, knowledge. Look at those Iranian leaders, people. It's not just a pretty face. Some of those motherfuckers have triple PhDs. They understand everything. They read. They study. This is how revolution starts. It's not from a motherfucker talking shit. There is a space for media and propaganda, yes. But everybody got a job to do. Everybody got their own lane. You get me? People need to understand this, right? Young Cubians need to understand this. I don't know why they don't you know why they don't understand it. They're being ruled by entertainers and real estate scammers. Right? That's why young Cubians always expect us. Because they're used to people just talking shit being their leaders, right? They're used to entertainers being their leaders. So they expect us to be revolutionaries. They expect Bad Empanada, when are you starting your revolution? Shut the fuck up. He's doing propaganda. That's what Bad Empanada is doing. A lot of us do this because there's propaganda coming from the empire that we have to combat because a lot of misinformation, and they are a machine. So we got to do this, even if we have day jobs. Like yesterday, when I got to go to my day job, right in the middle of stream. But we got to do this, right? Because we got to combat the NPC. I'm an NPC, and I hope, and yeah, I've seen big up the Gen Z for also contributing to the NPC movement. We are NPCs fighting those NPCs. Okay, that's about it. I crashed out. At Kalim Kimtab. Bad Empanada versus the Wait, what? Yo, recently he was talking. Recently he was harassing the commies. Do you guys see that? He was going on, only Islam is doing revolution. Commies ain't doing shit. He was talking shit about commies. Yo. I just consider it funny. Like, I'm not, you get me? Don't take it seriously. Just a cat in a treehouse, exactly. Too old for the witch. There are religions discussing the validity of eating living things. Yep. Because we are the Khalifa, right? We are allowed to eat all these other. Don't worry, those cows will go to heaven. Okay? Don't worry, those chickens. Those chickens go to heaven. Don't worry about it. There's a heaven for those. The meat that we eat, there's a heaven. Right? How many chickens fell victim to the street? Rest in peace, young chicklet. There's a heaven for a G. It'd be a lie if I told you that I'm never scared of death. My chicken, we the last ones left. There's a heaven for a chicken. There's a heaven for a meat. Right? How many? Yo. Yeah, also plants have feelings too. In fact, you could argue that plants are more sentient than animals. The sentientism of plants is more advanced than animals. Plants cry when you kill them. Elia Very, the tone change is crazy. What do you mean tone change? Mike Ecker, all U.S. some of them are real estate scammers, U.S. politicians. Yo, the motherfucking Graham Platner, which we're about to speak about. That's a politician. Like, what is he? He's someone. He's not even a soldier. He chose to become a soldier just because he wanted to kill brown people. He's a mass murderer. They got mass murderers as their leaders, right? Is mad in the dunya. Black banana, red line drawn at being a soldier, at being a U.S. Empire soldier. I have no problem with police or soldiers. Like, look, even the police in my neighborhood, generally all they do is direct traffic, help. I've seen police in my neighborhood help pedestrians cross the street. So those police I have no problems with. There's no, too old for the wish. Many American presidents were soldiers for the genocide empire. That's the problem. They're not soldiers. They're just mass murderers. I got no problem with soldiers. If you know, like the policemen in China, what do they? The soldiers in China, even what do they even do? The policemen in China, all they do is give you directions to the ATM or some shit, right? So yeah, the problem is not with soldiers, but with the soldiers of the stormtroopers. The problem is with the stormtroopers, right? You get me? Marcos, knowing chickens got their heaven is giving me life. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but the chat is very male right now. A lot of males in the chat. Black Banana. JFK, yeah, fuck JFK. I'll be real. I have no sympathy. I don't consider Yankubians humans. Alright, so let's get into the Platner shit. Get into the Platner shit. Who DM me on Twitter? Someone video called me from Twitter. Someone called Salah try to video call me. That's crazy. Okay, so let's do this, people. Let's talk about Platner. My bad, I had to burp. Let me take a sip of the tea, and then we can start talking about Platner. Very, maybe because it's a weekday. Yeah, because men are weak. What do you mean? What do you mean weekday? Right? Yeah, did my TikTok go through? Put something on TikTok. Did it not go through? Holy shit. Oh, fuck it. Anyway. Many. Oh. Amigo. Ladies taking me for. Give me a minute. I need to set something up. You can set your stream to vertical. Do you guys know this? Yeah, let me turn that on. Maybe we can get the ladies in here. If I turn that on. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so Platner. Who is Platner? He's an Imperial stormtrooper. He's not working class. Some people might not know who Platner is. He's an Imperial stormtrooper. Right? He's not a soldier. It's not a military. It's an empire, right? The Democrats like to market him as working class. He's not from the working class. He's not a fucking proletariat. He's a mass murderer. He came from a well-off family who told him, do you want to go to school? We can pay for it. Now, he said he wanted to kill brown people. He said this in Reddit, right? The Democrats say he's joking, but none of this is a joke to us because we're not Yankubians, right? And then, what has he done? He chose again and again to be a stormtrooper to kill West Asians multiple times. I think about 4 times. He chose to work for Blackwater. He chose to work at Abu Ghraib. Right? What else did he do? He did a flurry of things. Right? He did a flurry of things. Because he liked doing it. Right? He even talked about rape. He even talked about how ladies should be raped. He did a lot of things. He also has a Nazi tattoo, which I don't give a shit about. I keep trying to tell young Cubians. Young Cubians are like, oh, he has a Nazi tattoo. He has a Nazi tattoo. I don't give a shit. You're a young Cubian. You are worse than the Nazis. Right? You are worse. You are Europeans, people. You are from the same ilk as the Nazis. Anyway, who gives a shit about the Nazi tattoo? The U.S. empire is way worse than the Nazis. In fact, I have a video documenting how the Nazis were inspired by you. Like Hitler literally wrote about you in theory. In Nazi theory, Hitler literally wrote about how he's inspired by how the USA handles racism. Okay? Anyway, back to the Platner. So recently, not right now actually, I think it was maybe a few months ago or maybe a few weeks ago, someone accused him of being raped. No, for sexual assault, right? Am I making this up? Password, Yan and Sunset never shut up. No, Sunset needs to shut the fuck up. Yan is an 18-year-old. Okay. Sunset needs to stop bullying little kids. Right? When you speak to younger people, talk to them nice. Talk to them nice. Young people are supposed to grow up slowly. You're not supposed to. You see, young Cubians don't understand this. Right? This is how you develop mentally. When you're a child, be a child. Let a child be a child. Young Cubians don't let children be children. Especially, black and brown children. They don't let those people be children. They lock them up. It's deliberate. Because they know that, young Cubians have this problem. Right? Anyway, Sunset, stop bullying the youngers. What's good, Chloe? Yeah, password, tell Sunset to shut the fuck up. Or get someone to ban, get Chloe to time out. Right? They are being abusive. My bad. I fucked up I fucked up what do you call that? She, he, she. This is the problem with English, right? Just get rid of gender pronouns. English is a fuck-ass language. Anyway, we're veering off. Anyway, what happened was there was sexual assault allegations against Graham Platner, right? And when the allegations happened, the Democrat Yankubians were like, nah, this is the machine trying to frame Platner. They are trying to sabotage Platner. Of course, that's Of course, they just ignore. Of course, they just ignore that he was a mass murderer who chose to be a mass. Of course, that this does not compute to a young Cubian. It does not compute, right? And I'll show you the clips tonight. What we're gonna do is we're gonna watch all the clips of these young Cubians, right? Young Cubians doing propaganda for Platner. For Platner. We're gonna watch all the Platner Left, as we refer to them as. We're gonna see all we're gonna see all the receipts. All the Platner Left receipts. Right? You're not getting away with this. Now they're dialing back. Now Hassan Piquer is like, I never endorsed Platner. Even, FD Signifier dialed back early. He dialed back after Bad Empanada cooked him in a debate. So big up him for that. You have to respect it. He saw what was going to happen. So about a week ago, he dialed back. But it took the allegations of sexual assault of a young Cubian for other young Cubians to go, that's it. That's the red line. The red line is he abused one of us. Killing multiple brown people, choosing to do that because you want to shoot at brown people I mean, who gives a shit about brown people, right? We don't. Right? Killing brown people does not compute to a Yankubian. And I don't discriminate. I'm talking about every single Yankubian. Right? I'll be real. But sexually assaulting one of us, a Yankubian, nah. Right? Being a fucking guard at Abu Ghraib, who gives a shit about Iraqis, right? About West Asians, who gives a shit, right? Working for Blackwater, his own. I think his own brother Platner is a fucking Zayo. We're Zayos anyway, right? Yankubians, we're Zayos anyway. Who gives a shit? Mamdani's office is full of Zayos. Mamdani, our hero, our Lord and Savior, Mamdani himself has 1 million Zayos in his staff. Like Mamdani has a member of staff whose last name is Epstein. You can't make this up. Their Lord and Savior, Mamdani. A member of his staff, last name is Epstein. Mamdani's what's his name? Maurice Katz, Mamdani's media guy, Mamdani's PR guy, is right now going to Maine to help Graham Platner. These people work within the same circles, right? I mean, Mamdani's mom was partying with Epstein. I mean, what do you expect? And that's the Lord and Savior of the left. They want him to become the president. But he wasn't born in the USA. Yeah. That's Platner. What's good, Kate from Da Da Da? Sunset timed out for 1 week. Yeah. Marcos, I can't even imagine the amount of essay he did to West Asians. Considering what he did to Yanks. One Yank. Right, so what we're gonna do tonight is we're gonna watch all the receipts. You're not getting away with this because the Platner Left is trying to dial back. Mike from PA is trying to dial back. Hasanabi is like, I never endorsed Platner. Right? All of them is trying to dial back because this is what they do. They always do this. Right? They always do this. Every single one of them do this. They always support something problematic, and then when something problematic pops up, it could be just one case, right, that they consider problematic. They don't consider all these other problematic shit problematic for some reason. They decide what's problematic and what's not, right? And then when something they consider problematic happens, they're like, I never supported him anyway. All right? I never supported him. Fuck out of here. I got it all bookmarked. We got it on decky. Right? We're going to look at all the receipts, people. I got all the receipts. Twitter, I got all the, Ryan Grimm. Come on now. We got all the receipts. Majority Report, Mike from PA. Ooh, the Twitter got all the receipts, people. Look at all the receipts they have. And this is just scratching the surface. Right? Let's go through it one by one. Right? Oh, by the way, Louis Vuitton wants to sue the Chinese for a pattern that has existed in ancient China. That's crazy. Do you guys see this? You know, Louis Vuitton and all these designer shit, they just steal from us, right? They've stolen from Nasi Lemak. You know the Nasi Lemak packaging, right? Why am I even talking about this randomly? It just happened. You know this Nasi Lemak packaging? They based designs on this. Like, I don't know what's wrong with these young Cubians. And now they're trying to sue the Chinese for a pattern that has existed in Asia, not just China, for like centuries, that they use as their logo, they stole. They want to sue us for something they stole from us. or us using something they stole from us, something our ancestors invented. This is crazy. Anyway, let's check out the receipts. Okay, big up this guy, whoever he is. He's a prophet, I think. Right, big up Yahya Sinwar. Okay, let's start. Let's look at all the receipts. Let's start with the article that started it all. It was a political article that came out 2 days ago, right? Exclusive woman who dated Graham Platner says he sexually assaulted her. It's an allegation, right? This allegation is not new, by the way. Not new. A woman who dated Maine U.S. Senate candidate Graham Platner says he forced to have sex with him. That's not sexual attack. That's rape. Nearly 5 years ago, despite her repeated objections and allegations, Platner denies. And when the allegations popped up, all the young Cubians were in denial. This is actually the theme of young Cubians right now. I can excuse killing brown people, but I draw the line at white woman SA. Yo, this is rape. The woman, a 41-year-old Maine resident named Jenny Rachicot, detailed the alleged incident to Politico in 3 interviews over the past 2 weeks. I told you, man. They were in denial until now for some reason. Politico also spoke with a man Rachicot dated and confided in the years after the alleged incidents and reviewed documents including emails between Rachicot and her therapist and messages between Rachicot and an acquaintance whom she warned against getting involved with Platner years before he ran for office. Rachicot says she had an on and off relation. Okay, this is what happened. I had been telling him these words like, no, don't. And the look on his face in realizing what was happening, I just realized that like I am in a situation where there's no, this is rape. She said he also ejaculated inside of her, despite her. This is, Platner said something about women should be raped. He has talked about this. He has said those stuff, and the young Cuban leftists are just like, it's just boys being boys, right? Killing brown people, it's just boys being boys, right? Yeah. Until it's one of you. And then this happened. And then I guess he made an announcement that he's running for what again? Senate, right? Something big, right? Enough denial to fill denial. He's running for Senate, right? Ray, hello. I have returned from walking. Oh, do you get walking the dogs in Silent Hill? Do you get, what do you call it? Ah, fuck. I'm not, you get me. I live in Asia where divorce is not normalized. What is it when you get the kids? Do you get, what do you call it when you get the kids? Ah, fuck. I can't even recall the word. Where you get, custody. Yeah, custody. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't eat dessert, so if I had eaten that's the one. If I have eaten desserts, I would have had this word on decky, custody. I would have had this word on decky, but I don't eat desserts, right? Unless it's made with fake sugar. I try to avoid sugar. Marcos, his takes on grape are really disturbing. Yeah. That's not jokes. Those are not jokes, people. When he said like men should go to Thailand and just rape people, like, these are not jokes. How is this funny? It's only funny to a white boy. It's not funny to the rest of us. The Platner camp, also Ryan Grimm reported on it. Ryan Grimm, a supporter of the Platner, canceled events over the weekend. So the moment Platner canceled events, suddenly his ex-supporters started dialing back. But we gonna look at the receipts. Right? We're going to look at the receipts. We're going to look at all the receipts. So even Hassan's chatters started asking him, right, give me a minute here. A chatter asks Hassan Piquer, yo, Sunset, just chill, please. You're having a manic episode. A chatter asks Hassan Piquer to apologize to everyone who has been warning him about Graham Platner from the beginning.
Apologize to everyone who's been warning you about Graham Platner from the beginning, you performative coward.
Why you call him a performative coward?
Yeah, okay, dude.
He doesn't even have a response, people. This is his response to reality. Okay, dude. I show Mexican what? I show Mexican D what? Ryan Grimm went from white nationalist, he was a white nationalist, holy shit, to grape denialist. I know he's a lib. Let's go through all the receipts, right? This is what Hassan said about Graham Platner when one of his chatters confronted him, right?
Yikes. People like Platner are the people who killed 100 plus little girls in Iran. I'll never support that. Yikes. Yeah, I don't care, man. Yeah, you got it. Well, luckily you don't have to vote for him. You can vote. Yikes. People.
He said, I don't care about brown babies getting killed, right? We're going through the receipts. Hassan Piquer and his moderator are now trying to backtrack and claim that Hassan never supported Graham Platner. This is the narrative they're trying to push. But we got all the receipts.
It's so easy to see who Hassan supports. He goes to New York City. He goes to Denver. He phone banks for them. He fundraises for them. He did none of this with Graham Platner, but some of you only care about the words you hear from your computer screen. Yeah, I know.
Yo, big up Suds for the resub. Mr. S sounded like Kuntilana. Yo, big up Indonesia though. Indonesia makes some entertaining horror movies. You know that one director, Joko Anwar. I know his movies are not. It's not super. It's not greatness, right? But it's entertaining. Joko Anwar, for example. He makes entertaining movies. His movies always has the best concepts. And then towards the ending, it turns into some random shit. But it's entertaining. Not gonna lie. Big up the Indonesians. At Kalim Kim Tap, he was on a ban spree. Chimerax. To these people, the essay of one American is worse than choosing to participate in U.S. imperialist war campaigns. We try to tell them this. We try to tell them this. They don't want to listen. They don't want to listen to someone from the global south. They just accuse you of being a BE leftist. Whatever the fuck that means. Because they don't consider us human beings. They cannot see us without seeing through us through the lens of a cracker. Right? So they call us BE leftists. Makes it very obvious whose lives they value and who they view as disposable. Granted, I don't think they care about women either. If liberals could get away with openly supporting predators, they would. And they did not give a shit about these allegations. These allegations are not new. They never gave a shit. Right? They never give a shit. Password. I know you don't like Cavernacle. I don't have. Look. It's irrational dislike, okay? I don't like his face. I don't like his accent. It's irrational. Maybe it is rational because he is British. He's not British. He's Irish, okay? He's actually Irish, right? It's irrational, okay? I just don't like his face. Look, I like Hassan Piquer's face, but I agree more with Cavernacle than Hassan Piquer right now. So I'm just open about me being irrational. Cavernacle has been right about Platner all along. Right? I just don't like I like Bad Empanada's face, but I don't like Cabernacle's face and accent. I don't mind Bad Empanada's accent, even though it's an Australian accent. But Bad Empanada has said a lot of things I disagree with, but it is what it is. Just because I don't have a problem with his face, I can let go of certain stuff, right? But Cabernacle is it's irrational, okay? What's good, Vagina Bush? I'm just open. I'm an irrational person. Maybe it is rational because he does have a British accent, despite being Irish. He does have a British accent. British accent, fish and chips. Would you like some fish and chips? Would you like some tea? Would you like some fish and chips and crumpets? Yeah, pathetic. You are pathetic. Yes, yes, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you are pathetic. Ray, Ray, you understand. I can't watch Cav. He pisses me off. Chimarex, your taste in men is puzzling. Maybe I just like Mediterranean men. I don't know. Maybe. Right? It is what it is. Maybe I find Mediterranean men more. Look, Irish men are good looking, but such Hassan has the face of a cop. A bottle of water. Tuesday. Yeah, would you like some fried chicken? Would you like some fried? Maybe it is rationale because my ancestors were colonized by the British, so maybe it's some kind of genetic, I don't know. Jarros, honestly, that Nebula Lib was good. Jarros was right. He does have a colonizer accent. Oh yeah, is he still IDF signifier? Ray, me and so you also like Hassan, right? I like what else? When you talk about men, right? I like black men. I just like the way they look. I just like the way they look. Like I'm not gay. I just like the way they look. Like black men with the big nose, the big lips. Come on now. Look at Idris Elba, people. I just think black men have good features. Okay. I Stringer Bell. He's old now. He's unk now. Look at Stringer Bell. Come on now. You can't say this is not attractive. Big nose, perfectly shaped eyes, big lips. Look at the jawline, people. Look at the jawline. This isn't gonna look good. Okay. Let's get back to it.
I also wanted to interview Graham Platner. I wanted to hear his own perspective in his own words early on, given the questions that I had about his background, about his perspective.
You didn't have questions.
And their campaign shied away from it. Their campaign shied away from it when they saw some of the things that I had said. And I was very open about it. I told you guys at the time. That doesn't mean I'm going to fucking lie to you and say that Graham Platner is not a better candidate than Janet Mills or a better candidate than Susan Collins before all of this new information came out. Suck my dick.
Bro, you stream 12 hours a day. You can't lie. You're not going to get away with this. You're not going to get away with this. Kate from da. My taste in men is my husband. Kirk, right? His name? Kirk? He's actually not bad look. He's actually kind of good for a cracker. For a cracker, he's good looking. Not gonna lie. I don't usually indulge in crackers. He's not bad looking. For a cracker. Exemplary. Anyway, we're not talking about that, okay? Bro, like I don't know why Hassan thinks he can get away with this. We have the receipts. Okay? The receipts is just down there. He called Platner my fucking goat. I'm gonna pull that up later. This is not in any order. Okay? No, Kirk. Is it Kirk? Is your husband is Kirk, right? Kate from da. Wait, it's Mitch. My bad, it's Mitch. Okay? Yo, it's Mitch. My bad. It's not Kirk, okay? It's the other cracker name. We got all the receipts, right? Okay, this is not in order, so it's gonna be chaos.
Neighbor. And there's certain
I'm gonna
lines
pull
that
the
we need to
receipts in
draw
a bit,
because
okay?
Graham Platner
Mitch, my
killing
bad.
Iraqis and
Yeah,
Afghans.
I'm just pulling out all the trailer park names. Kirk, Mitch. What else? What was the trailer park name? Boris? No, not Boris. Boris is a UK name. I just pulled out all the trailer park Seattle names. Vagina Bush. I love how my comment. What do you say? And why are you still banned from Twitch? Wait, what do you say? Oh, it didn't show up actually. Did it get deleted? Cletus Grant. Jaros, is he still alive? Who? Clint is a trailer park name. That's crazy. Chad, yeah. Clint is a trailer park name. I wouldn't know, okay? I'm not a Yankubian. Kevin is wild.
And it's no different than. And there's certain
Remember when
lines
Bad
that
Empanada was having this discussion and people thought he was crazy? Right? People, oh, he's unhinged. He's a psycho. What's good, Heidi? Mitch Kirk, same thing. What's good, politics?
need to draw because Graham Platner killing Iraqis and Afghans is no different than someone in the USA killing their neighbor.
Remember when Bad Empanada and the Squirrel, by the way, and the Squirrel were just every day for 1 year straight going on and on about this, and people called them unhinged, psycho. What now? What now? Now they're dialing back.
Yeah. These people are not lesser people. That he did it for the U.S. military for money doesn't make it any more acceptable, any less bad.
So it is essentially
about,
it is on moral grounds then, because I mean I agree with what you just said there, but when it comes to
it's not specifically on moral grounds. It's a problem of perception, right?
Uh-huh.
Because what I was going to say there is they wouldn't vote for someone who murdered their neighbor, even if they were repentant about it, would they? They wouldn't vote for someone who was like a convicted rapist,
or
something like that.
I mean, maybe some of them would. Remember that
he said it. He said it, and it happened. He said it, and it happened. Right on cue.
Remember that 99% Hitler? Like that's kind of the framework of thinking for a lot of.
We just saw recently there was a Democrat candidate for mayor in California, for governor in California, I believe, and he sexually harassed his staffers, and he was immediately ostracized. You see, like. Great example. Do you remember, like, one of Hassan's friends got accused of sexual harassment and Hassan cut him off completely?
Yeah, that's true.
So I think we have clear examples of this difference in treatment when the victims are foreigners, especially when the victims are foreigners of the U.S. empire, and when the victims are your peers or people you perceive of as your peers, like Americans like you. And this is way more than just moral. It's not just, I think this guy is morally bad, okay? It's much more than that because it's a problem of how you're influencing people's thinking. And that's going to have material problems. If you tell people it's fine to join the U.S. military and you can be forgiven for it no matter what you do, people are going to think that.
Nah, he's cooking. He said it. It happened. He said it before it happened. Right? And when you say this shit to a Yankubian, like the U.S. Army is evil, they can't accept it. They can't accept it. Right? Philip, sometimes people change. I don't give a shit. If you kill brown babies, you don't get to change. You don't get to change. Right? You get Jahannam. Right? Being part of a machine that mass murders millions of people in the global south, who gives a shit? Allegations of SA from one Yankubian lady. Oh no. Oh no. He's evil. He's bad. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. This is Hassan. This is a chatter. This is a Hassan. I'm sorry, this is not in order, okay? This is random. This is Hassan. A chatter told him to have solidarity with the global south, which is what I've been promoting. I've been promoting to people that you should start thinking about people in the global south as human beings. What's good to real for this? What's good, Suds? Right? Hassan Piquer laughs at the chatter, asking him to have solidarity with the global south and to stop endorsing Blackwater child killers. Big up Potato, by the way. That's my guy.
This is a good time to say I told you so about Platner. If you don't have solidarity with us in the global south, you will keep getting let down by politicians.
He just laughed at this shit. What the fuck is this? He just laughed at someone who wants you to have us. That someone is pleading for these young Cubians to have solidarity with the global south. And what does the young Cubian do? They laugh at us. They laugh at us. This is what I'm telling you. BE is one of the few crackers who understand us, right? Who understand our feelings. This motherfucker laughed at the thought of solidarity with the global south. What's funny? Where's the joke?
Yeah. Yeah. Graham Platner being outed Graham Platner being outed as a rapist is because he wasn't. What's so funny? Come on, man.
Where's the joke? No, the chatter is cooking. Is
this a bit? No, it's not. It's real. This is a
explain
real
why
take
it's funny
from people. It's just the truth.
This is the Yankubian experience. They're just like, this is a take. This is ridiculous. Why is it ridiculous? Every time I just experienced this today, and Yankubian is like, I just experienced this today, and Yankubian is like, you're so full of yourself. I'm like, okay, explain. Can't explain. This is what Yankubians do. They accuse you of shit they can't explain or prove. They say this is a ridiculous take. Okay, explain. Why is it ridiculous? Can't explain. You just laughed at it. Right? Oh, here's another one. Here's lore. Yeah, lore. You know what, people? About whatever happened on. But by the way, join Discord. About whatever happened in Discord, right? Don't worry about it. Okay, I get the same talking points, the same Yankubian talking points every day. When you try to tell a Yankubian something that's part of reality, you get accused of all kinds of shit, right? I've been accused of being a Nazi. I've even been accused of being a Yankubian, right? They're always like, "What are you doing then? What are you doing about it? What's your solution? What are you doing about it? I'm not a Yankubian. What's your solution?" Every single time they talk about what's your solution. I just got into it just now with what's her name? Let me show you this. A little sidetrack. Let me show. I just got big up Tupac. Give me a minute here. I gotta find this. I'm gonna prove to you that I get this shit every day. I get this shit every day. See, I got into it with Lux Progressive. She said, "What's your solution?" Every single time on cue, they say, "What's your solution? What's your plan?" Every single time. See? What's your solution? What are you going to do about it? I can't find it right now. Because the replies are locked. Ah, fuck. Give me a minute. Okay, see here. And I called him out for being a killer the whole time. What you want is for me and other people to do absolutely nothing. This is an accusation. What? Well, what do you mean? This is what I want? Or perhaps you think we should kill ourselves because I mean, if you don't do politics. Oh, here we go. So what do you want exactly? Do you even know? You have no theory of change. It's always the same talking points. It's always, what do you want to do? What's your plan? It's always that, and it's always accusations. Whenever you deal with a Yankubian, right, and you tell them reality, you talk to them about reality. You talk to them about something that's, that's part of reality. They say, so what's your solution, right? And then they accuse you of shit. It's always they accuse you of some random shit, right? I do not want people to do nothing, but if you had to choose between supporting the Democrats and doing nothing, what would you do? That's all I'm saying. And then I gave a solution. I said, help fund the resistant groups. Okay, I probably can't say this on stream. Yo. I say help fund that attacks the enemy. Help Iran trade despite the sanctions so they can build their country, since they're the only ones brave enough to fight the illegal entity of the USA. I gave them a solution. Maybe even help North Korea, like what China is doing. They help North Korea. Help these countries who have the military capacity to fight the empire. That's a solution, right? And then she gave excuses. And then it ends with, I support electing candidates, to replace. At the end of the day, Democrat Yankubians will be Democrat Yankubians. And then I had to pull the Sagittarius quote. Right? Yeah, it's not that we want these people to do nothing. We want these people to stop supporting Democrats. But every time we tell them we plead for them to stop doing this, they just they just accuse you of being shit. And then they ask for a solution. Why do I'm not inside the empire. And then even when you give a solution, they have all sorts of excuses to excuse supporting the Democrats. I don't support the Democrats. I support electing candidates to replace existing Democrats. Newsflash, asshole. That is supporting the Democrat in Minecraft. Yeah, in Minecraft. All the solutions are in Minecraft, by the way. Okay. I did provide a solution. And the ultimate solution is just to, you get me? Immaculate Platner coverage. Shut the fuck up, politics, okay? Yankubians. Right now, I enjoy just cooking Yankubians. So all I'm saying is about what happened in Discord. Don't worry about it, okay? I'm used to it. I'm used to being accused of all kinds of shit. I'm used to people asking me for solutions. It's not. It's a pattern. It's a repeated pattern. The only annoying thing about it is it happens every single time. Vagina Bush, you're summoning Chloe with this one. Greg Stoker is also, and any member of the military is, yeah. Any member of the military that has not snitched on the military. Okay, let me give a solution. If you were a member of the Imperial Stormtroopers and you want to redeem yourself, start snitching. Start fucking snitching. Tell us about everyone you killed, everything they made you do. Start snitching. And if you don't snitch, you're not reformed. Okay? You don't redeem yourself unless you snitch. Start telling us everything. Now, I believe she's evil, Philip. Anyway.
Graham Platner. Hey everybody, I just wanted to jump on here to address the serious, credible allegations against Graham Platner. This story is devastating. I believe the victim here. I think that Graham should drop out of the race.
Wait, who the
he has
fuck is you?
betrayed many.
I think everyone thinks they're the president of the USA. This is why they keep asking me for solution. I think he should drop out the race. Well, who gives a shit? What do you mean? Kate from Dada, but Mamdani provided housing. He frees the rent, which the motherfucker before, the Italian motherfucker before him did anyway. Yeah, Kate. It's the same talking point, right, Kate? Ah, man. I don't know what to tell people about Mamdani. He's an enemy of the resistance. But nah, the young Cubians don't want to listen.
Supporters by not being forthright about this. I would include myself in that. I believed his campaign when they said that there was nothing new coming out, and it looks like an awful accusation, and a credible one has come out. Now, this movement has never been about
the allegation came out 2 weeks ago. What the fuck are you talking about? And y'all denied it.
one individual. Any candidate that takes up the mantle here should share Graham's belief.
Yeah, he betrayed her, right?
Or the campaign's belief in ending complicity in the genocide in Gaza, Medicare for all, taxing billionaires, and more. But obviously, this is a devastating development, and we'll be talking about it more on the Majority Report tomorrow. Hey, everybody.
Miku, it's devastating to find out about this essay, but it wasn't devastating to find out he was a guard at Abu Ghraib. Exactly. He betrayed her, apparently. How? Like, by sexually assaulting someone? How? How did he betray you? Right? Well, what do you mean Platner betrayed her? Like, how? How does someone who killed brown babies betray you in any way, shape? How could someone like that even betray you? What? Oh no, that's disgusting. He betrayed me. How? He killed brown babies. How is it possible for him to betray anyone? He's a piece of shit. How is it possible for a piece of shit to betray you? How? Like how, young Cubians? Young Cubians. Zio, shut the fuck up, Zio. Why do we have courts if viable accusations are game over? No. That's not even the point. The accusations don't even count to us. The dead brown people, the dead West Asians. That's what we're thinking about. Devastating development. Development is crazy. What do you mean development? He did not develop into this. He is this. Right? Cosmic Cat Wagwan. Great show. Thanks, chat and BC. Vigaland is wretched. Heidi, she doesn't give a shit. Yeah, she doesn't give a shit. She doesn't give a shit about the essay. She gives a shit that this was made public. They were denying the essay just 2 weeks ago. Right? Like, I'll be real. Yeah, this was the announcement that he made, by the way. I don't want to listen to his voice. Fuck out of here.
Rein it in, dude. So fucking dumb.
Remember when Hassan was trying to dial it back? We got all the receipts.
Fucking dumbasses really need to just rein it in, dude. Fucking dumbasses really need to just rein it in, dude. It's so ridiculous. It's so privileged in many ways where we're just like, listen, I didn't go through these experiences, so I'm obviously morally infallible as opposed to this fucking guy, you know? And before any number of you dipshits turn around and cynically try to tell me, what do you think a Rocky feels about this? You already know my position on this, okay? You're not from there. You're from America. You live in fucking Connecticut, okay? In your father's McMansion. Shut the fuck up.
Time settling into a society that he felt betrayed by and left behind by.
He called this motherfucker his fucking goat. Okay. Yeah, this is, and he's trying to dial back now. Miku, Miku, chill, okay, chill. Okay. Paparazzi, Don Julio, ladies taking me photo. Right? Balotelli, Vagina Bush. I genuinely do not understand why they. Let me do a Yankee accent. I genuinely do not understand why they ride so hard for him. He's really not promising anything that's never been promised before, and there's no reason to believe he'd even keep any promise. Yeah, he's just doing the social democrat shit, which has existed for a century. Like Obama was doing the social democrat shit. All these motherfuckers do the social democrat shit just to fool the Yankubians. And then when you point it out, the Yankubians accuse you of multiple shit. Right? Vagina Bush. They'll settle for less than the bare minimum. I have contempt for these people. They are actually beneath me, literally. Like literally, these are Yankubians. These are savages. We're dealing with we're being subjugated by cavemen. Okay? Because a caveman, the mind is not fully developed. They are unable to process conflicts. They are unable to resolve contradictions, right? If you tell them, why do you support this guy when he did this, and this, they are unable to resolve that conflict. They're just unable to evolve scientifically. They are scientifically stuck in a caveman state, in a caveman state. Like motherfuckers was telling you social democracy is the moderate wing of fascism. Social democracy is not separate from fascism. It's the same as thing. Motherfuckers been trying to tell you this in the 1920s. How about you fucking listen? This motherfucker right here once said, I'm a Marxist-Leninist. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. Well, how about you start listening to Marxist-Leninists? Marxism-Leninism. Motherfuckers tried to tell you about social democracy since the 1800s. Right? And then when you point it out, they accuse you. And then they tell you, what's your solution? Every single time, people. It's so annoying. Do you guys have no other talking points? Ice Cold, Hassan and his community are just a bunch of Democrats. Yeah, it is what it is. Kate from the bar is on the floor. Kate from they're acting like this is something he did last Tuesday. Exactly. The allegations has been weeks. Revo, I wish I could crash, but I can't move. Vagina Bush, millionaire wants to tell his chatters that they're the privileged ones. Exactly. Ditoe, what's good? This is exactly it on screen right now. This is the theme of this clip. At Kalem Kemtap. Apparently, they have 4 days to force Platner to drop out. I am sure they will blame their loss on Iraqi somehow. August, try living here. Exactly. That's what I said on Discord. How do you guys deal with living with Yankubians? It's crazy. It's just, I feel like I'm going crazy just interacting with Yankubians. Right? Yeah. It's a level of gaslighting I did not know even existed. At Kalim Kimtab. Obama was the anti-imperialist. Exact. Obama was chilling with pro-Palestine, hardcore pro-Palestine activists. They've done this before, people. Mamdani is not new. We've seen it before. We try to tell you. You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen. Bonzik, no. Social democracy is fuckeries, Bonzik. It doesn't make sense. What do you mean? What is also, here's another fuckery. Democratic socialist. What the fuck does it mean? Socialism is already democratic. You don't need to put democratic in front of socialist. It's redundant. Holy fuck. It's redundant. Social democracy does not make sense. Okay? It doesn't work. It didn't work in the 1800s. It's not working right now in Europe. All it does is empower the capitalists. All it does is empower the capitalists. People have been trying to tell you this for centuries. Nobody wants to listen. I'm not even a commie, but please listen to the commie. Right? Please listen to the commie, because this shit keeps happening in a loop. The commie told you about it. You don't want to listen. So it keeps happening. I got the quote, okay? Social democracy is objectively the moderate wing of fascism. These organizations do not negate but supplement each other. They are not antipodes, they are twins. Twins. They are twins. It's the same thing. It's a copy. Right? Please put this on a poster. Please. Put this on a t-shirt. Get a tattoo of this. Get a tattoo of this. Who said it? The Russian guy? The Russian guy. Yo, who's the Russian guy? The Russian Sagittarius. Okay. Anyway, where were we? Holy shit.
I'm a lot of the people who fucking yell at me about Grant Platner being like a baby killer or whatever the fuck. I don't care anymore. I don't give a shit. I'm Team Platner, okay? Here's why.
I'm Team Platner.
Doesn't think most people didn't say most veterans, but one. Come on, dude. You think Bad Empanada doesn't think all veterans? Are you fucking insane?
I mean, is he wrong? What do you mean? Well, why do you have a loyalty to ex-stormtroopers? Miku, tatted on my lower back. August, you guys ever read? My bad. I don't read except chat. I only read chat. I'm a streamer. Okay. Yeah, is he lying? Democratic socialist. What's good? Only facts. I live in the state of New Hampshire, and there is no more of a Yakubian state than this, and I mean it in every... really? Yakubian supremacy central. I'm not familiar with Yakubianisms. Vagina Bush, social democracy is unworkable without communism. Yeah, without trying to achieve communism, social democracy empowers the capitalist. The capitalist class will not allow concessions to the working class unless... This is why you just look at the Nordic countries. At the end of the day, the workers don't control shit because it's a social democracy. It's just the illusion of... It's just band-aids and treats.
Bad Empanada doesn't even... Bad Empanada and his ilk don't even say most veterans. They say all veterans, every single one.
I mean, I mean, hello?
Doesn't even matter if they were on like support staff duty. What are you talking about? Let's live in reality.
I mean, you were talking shit about Ila Klan. She was a clerk who went on one raid. You have no problem. Yankubians have no problem talking all kinds of shit about Ila Klan, who was just a glorified clerk who went on one raid. This guy did not go on raids. He went on tours. Right? Why is this a problem? Only a Yankubian has this logic, this fucked up logic. To us, it's on sight. You are the enemy. Right? You chose to work for the enemy. Don't say you don't got a choice. Right? Iranians don't got a choice. They get bombed. You don't get bombed. You have a choice. You don't got it, you know. The working class in the empire is not the same. It's not similar in any way to the working class in the global south. The working class in the global south get bombed. They don't exist because they got bombed. Now that's not having a choice. You chose to work for the empire. You get what you get. Why is this so hard to understand? Why is this so hard to understand, people? To overstand evil.
Reality, please. Okay? Let's live in fucking reality. That's crazy. The idea that he's a dumbass? Okay, where the fuck do you think most of this shit is coming from? Who do you think is clipping old things? Who do you think is using this moment? Who do you think is using this very moment to do the exact same thing that Epstein does? Okay?
Bro is all over the place. What does Destiny got to do with this? Bro is all over the place.
Doesn't like Adam Hamawi. Okay? Adam Hamawi risked his life to save the children of Gaza. What the fuck has Bad Empanada ever done in his goddamn life other than chirp? Get the fuck out of here. His own audience and the dumbasses in his community literally think they don't know any better. They think like, oh, they sincerely ask me, how many anti-Zionists have actually signed off on an arms embargo to Israel? I was like, every single person, as a matter of fact. Every single person that I've actually campaigned with have done that. But you wouldn't know that because Bad Empanada doesn't give a shit about the fucking truth.
Bro, what is he even talking about? We're talking about the U.S. empire. How about you embargo the U.S. empire? This is the is it cognitive dissonance? Is that the word? I'm not an intellectual. Okay? I'm not an academic. Like, who gives a shit about Israel at this point? Israel is a symptom. I don't give a shit about Israel at this point. They're just a symptom. You destroy the empire, you destroy Israel. How is it so easy for Yankubians to understand hatred towards Israel, but they can't understand hatred? How can they understand hatred towards IDF, Nazis, anyone at all that they're programmed to hate, but they can't understand our hatred towards your military? Right? Vagina Bush, I think he's just lying. Oh, about this? I don't know what this is even about.
Dumbasses in his community literally think they don't know any better. They think like, oh, they sincerely ask me, how many anti-Zionists have actually signed off on an arms embargo to Israel? I was like, every single person.
Oh, about this? Yeah. I could check, but he's probably lying anyway.
As a matter of fact, every single person that I've actually campaigned with have done that. But
every single person you campaign with, that's not everyone, by the way. Also, who gives a shit about Israel, people? Who gives a shit? Right? You're the problem. It's not. It's a pantomime. All this signing off on arms embargo to Israel. What the fuck does it matter? Even if you cut off Israel right now, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Even if you sign off on some random shit, it really does not matter. You cut off Israel, you destroy Israel right now, it does not matter. The U.S. empire lives on, with or without Israel. That's the problem. Yeah, AOC did not sign on shit. He just said a bunch of stuff because you know what? Because the genocide already happened. What's the point of an embargo right now? The genocide already happened. Gaza is already done. Okay? He just said a bunch of stuff to the media. Because right now, the damage is already done. When the damage was happening, AOC was like, relax, Joe Biden is working on a ceasefire. Kamala is working on a ceasefire. Relax, the ceasefire will come. 600,000 Palestinian lives later. Yeah, also, she said Israel can pay for their own weapons. The reason they can say this now is because Israel themselves say we can now pay for our own weapons, right?
You wouldn't know that.
Also, this is irrelevant. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is he talking about? Even, it's all over the place, right?
Because Bad Emperor doesn't give a shit about the fucking truth. In his world, I hand-selected Graham Platner because I loved that he was in Blackwater. That's it.
Look, people, we need to understand that getting rid of Israel won't do shit. Without Israel, the U.S. will just find a new Israel. They'll find a way to invade the West Asia. Right? No, at Klim Kim Tab, the nature, there's a book about this, okay? There exists a book about this. I am aware of it. There exists a book about this. The nature of the USA is, right? The nature of USA is, yo, Bergie, shut the fuck up, okay? It's all over the place. Right? He's saying random stuff because he does not want to address the issue. It's all over the place. Look, the nature of the USA is, there's a book about this by a Yankubin, I think. I forgot who wrote it. The nature of the USA is they will always need an adversary. They will always need to exert control on multiple regions in the world. Right? That's the nature of the USA. Even if you remove Israel from the world, right? The USA will always exert control over multiple regions. Nothing will change. They will always need to exert control on West Asia. This is the reality, right? Hate from USA. Yeah, USA imperialism is all over the world. They literally have Singapore in Southeast Asia. What did I tell you about Singapore? Right? They literally need to exert control on every region. Bergie, Israel is also... Yeah, look, Bergie, stop trying to argue with me. Because you already agree with me. You just don't know it yet. At Kalim Kemta, most Arabs... No. If you remove Israel, nothing will change. When nothing will change. Why are you guys are trying to tell me Bergie, Israel should still go? Nah. Israel is a symptom. Israel is a symptom. Don't worry about it. You get rid of the root. You get rid of the USA. Bergie, which shit is stupid, Bergie? Which shit is stupid? Okay, I said the nature of the USA is they will always want to exert control over multiple regions. How is this stupid? I said removing Israel will not change the nature of the U.S. empire. Chimerax, imperialism existed before Israel. It will exist after Israel. The root of imperialism is monopoly capitalism. Holy shit, thank you. Someone understands. Yeah, Bergie, you know I'm right. You just don't know it yet. If you want to destroy Israel, new Israel will pop up every day. People, stop being obsessed with Israel. Israel exists everywhere. Singapore is Israel. Taiwan is Israel. Japan is Israel. South Korea is Israel. Ukraine is Israel. You remove one symptom, another symptom pops up. You want to remove the disease, you remove the disease. Right? Israel is not special. Bergie, I don't express myself very wrong. It's just that you're an idiot. It's, a lot of people understand this. You don't because you're a fucking idiot. You need to go read. There's a book written about the nature of the U.S. I don't have it right now. This is the nature of the U.S. They will always be adversarial. Revo, Joe Biden once said if Israel doesn't exist, the U.S. had to create an Israel to protect her interests. Look, we're dealing with an Israel in our region. I'm not worried about Israel over here. I'm worried about Singapore. The genocide on Vietnamese people was done through Singapore. And maybe other countries as well. Yo, when my ancestors were worried about Thailand. When the Japanese came to conquer us, it was through Thailand. Right over here, we're not worried about Indonesia. Indonesia murdered millions of commies. They did not need Israel for that. All they needed was Indonesia and Suharto. People don't understand. Jaros, I mean, the reason the U.S. needing to control regions is itself a symptom of some other bigger thing. I understand that, yeah. I agree with that. Bergie, you are being very crude. That's a Yankubian thing to say. I don't give a shit about being crude. This is the reality. Reality is crude. This is the reality. Imperialism and capitalism is the problem. That's the disease. You get rid of that, you get rid of everything. And the biggest form of the disease right now is the US empire and Europe. You get rid of Europe and the US empire, you get rid of a lot of things. You get rid of all the symptoms. I show Mexican D. First streamer versus moderator argument in history. Yeah, I'm not Asanabi. Asanabi does not argue with his mods. Asanabi just abandons his mods when they get attacked by Ethan Klein. Mike from PA defended Platner.
To accept the premise veteran equals bad, right? Like, you have a very simple mental model. Veteran is bad. I get to perform.
Look, Bergie, stop arguing with me. We argued for a year about Hassanabi, okay? And you lost. Just let it go. You're not going to win, okay? Just let it go. You support the ACP, American Communists. A literal contradiction, American Communists. You support American Communists, a literal contradiction. It's like saying IDF Hamas. I support IDF Hamas. American Communists.
It's a brain dead.
Why is this volume so low? Holy fuck.
To accept it's a brain dead and the reason why it works is because you don't have to be intelligent to accept the premise veteran equals bad, right? Like, you have a very simple mental model. Veteran is bad. I get to performatively denounce them and feel morally superior because Graham Platner was a veteran. I'm pointing that Graham Platner was a veteran, and he worked as a security guard for the State Department for 6 months. That means that and then you don't actually try to prove that he committed X, Y, and Z crime, right? You just kind of wave over it and you say he is a criminal and a murderer and blah, 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 blah. You don't actually have any evidence or any kind of argument. You just say he was in the military, he rejoined up. That means it's a brain dead and the reason why it works is because you don't have to be intelligent to accept the premise veteran equals
I don't know
bad,
why these
right?
people
Like,
think.
you have
Yeah, I'm aware that he's trying to delete Mike from Palestinian Authority. Yes, I'm aware that he tried to delete his shit. Missy Moyakub. What? Mike from Tel Aviv is literally deleting everything where he defends Platner. I don't know why these people think they can get away with this. Like, people have the receipts. Everybody on Twitter has the receipts. Right? I don't know why they think these are streamers who stream 8 hours a day, people. I don't know why they think they can get away with this. Vagina Bush. ACP has Haas and he's cute. I don't know, man. He's got crazy eyes. Soul Life. I didn't know Mike from PA. What's good, Soul Life? Was melting down. He's one of the biggest Platner fanboy. One of the biggest. Yeah, I agree with this actually. They don't prop up Israel for ideological reasons. They do it for economic reasons. Exactly. Ideological justifications are formed after the fact, and the ideological justifications don't even make sense. It's just something they use. At Kalem Kemta. What's this? What's these?
Down.
Oh, okay. I saw this. No, ACP ideologically they make sense more than someone like Hassanabi. They make sense in the sense that they want to build something outside the duopoly. The only thing that doesn't make sense about the ACP is American communists. Yeah, that's like saying, I don't know. And their flag is Nazi colors. They have Nazi color flags. And they're obsessed with culture war. They're obsessed with culture war. But you know what? They're irrelevant. Like, I'll be real. They're
And something, okay?
Shit, volumes.
Car Morris Cats and
Wow, this volume is crazy.
invalidate left-leaning Morris Cats and invalidate left-leaning political operatives. I mean, listen. I need you guys to understand something, okay? Morris Cats and the Fight Agency are a very good ad agency, but they are an ad agency, okay? They are not a political organization. Morris Cats work with Micah Lasher, okay? Micah Lasher is a massive supporter of Israel. Morris Cats and the Fight Agency, while I like the ads that they make, Their job is to make ads. They will sometimes work with wonderful candidates and boost them. Okay. And they will sometimes work with candidates that I don't agree with and I oppose. Okay. This is entirely separate from the Democratic Socialists of America.
How isn't Maurice Katz working with Mamdani? How does it even make any sense? Mamdani advisor heads to Maine. How does this make any sense? Isn't Maurice Katz involved with Mamdani, who is DSAer? Mamdani advisor heads to Maine to sort out Senate mess. Maurice Katz is trying to help scandal star U.S. Senate nominee Graham Platner wind down his campaign. What do you mean it's not? What? All this shit is in the news, by the way. It's not. I'm not making it up. You can Google this shit. Motherfuckers are lying in broad daylight.
Okay, this is entirely separate from a political movement. They could potentially work with political movements that are aligned, even candidates that I like, even candidates that I work with. Okay? But at the end of the day, it's just an ad agency. And I have made that very clear from the start. It doesn't mean anything. If anything, the person who is a movement builder that will be harmed from this association will be Bernie Sanders.
Well, what's wrong with harming Bernie Sanders? He's a Zayo. Comrade N, why is Hassan wearing his imperial uniform? He wants to be Nick Fuentes so badly. Oh, I'm tired already. Just running through this. Oh yeah, okay. We need to. Yeah, we need to. How about this one? This one needs to be shown.
Once called himself a communist, dismissed all police and said rural white Americans actually are racist and stupid. According to deleted social media post, review by CNN's K-File, my fucking goat. Listen.
My fucking goat? You need to stop watching this guy. Like, this guy.
He called Platner my fucking goat. I think multiple times too.
I know, dude. I know. But ask yourself, is this the appropriate vector for advocacy? And if the answer is yes, please reconsider. Okay? This is why I say you have to come at this from a point of understanding of where the masses are, what is normalized in American society and American culture, and work your way through that process. Because there's never been a moment where I'm like, join the military. It's great. They are, the most important defensive force that's ever existed. I don't do any of that shit. I tell people all the time that the recruitment.
At Klim Kim Tab, I can't hate on ACP after watching them on stage doing Down with USA. Look, that's symbolic at Klim Kim Tab. If you can't look past symbolisms, right? That's Yankubian shit. Yankubians love symbolic shit. But yeah, I can't hate on ACP either because ideologically they make more sense than most of Yankubian leftists. Like they make more sense. But ACP is a small party. It's not. They're not gonna make any. Cosmic Cat. So they are called American. At the same time, they're also MAGA communists. So I don't know. It's a bunch of contradictions. But ideologically, being separate from the duopoly is how you're supposed to do a revolution. But let's be for real. ACP is a speck of dust. They are a speck of dust. They don't matter.
Recruitment practices are unbelievably predatory. The American military is not a force for good around the world.
They're riding on other people's revolutions, yes. They're just riding the wave.
And that we should dramatically reconsider the way we approach these sorts of conversations. We approach these sorts of concepts. Okay, the output of the U.S. military is not to be the world police. That's an overall good thing, but to advance the interests of the capitalist class. That's clear. Okay. But that doesn't mean you can run around and be like, they're murdering children with regular frequency all the time. Like it's insane. But that doesn't mean you can run around and be like, they're murdering children with regular frequency all the time. Like it's insane.
Why is that insane? They are doing that. I don't get it. I don't get this trying to be a centrist about the military. How do you be? What? How do you become a centrist about the U.S. military? They might be this, but that's too much. This is what Asanabi said. The manufactured June 13. The manufactured scandals around Platner have nothing to do with his background and everything to do with trying to take out a left populist anti-Zayo candidate before he can flip a red Santa seat. They'll complain about the tattoo or whatever. What do you mean whatever? This is how he refers to the death of brown people. It's a whatever. But if he loses, centrist liberals will do exactly what IPOC does. What do you mean IPOC? What the fuck is IPOC? This is what I'm talking about. People just hyper-focusing on one thing. And use the manufactured lies to claim going against Israel or demanding Medicare for all is something the voters reject. The problem with focusing on things like IPOC or Israel is the enemy uses that to their advantage. We need to focus on the enemy. Even the enemy can use Israel or Ukraine. Look, when they're done with Israel, they can just abandon it. If they find another Israel in West Asia, which is probably not possible right now, because you can't trust the Gulf Arabs, fucking Arabs. They'll just find a new Israel. Like they'll find a new Ukraine. They can find a new Singapore if they don't need Singapore anymore. These are just tentacles. You remove one tentacle, it grows back. Right? Even because they have the left wing of fascism, right? Within their machine, even they can use Israel and singling out Israel to their advantage. To their advantage. Miku pubic hair. Yes. This is the problem with hyper-focusing on one entity. IPOC is not even the only lobby, right? This is Yankubian shit. J Street, yeah, a lot of these leftists are somehow support. Even Mehdi Hassan has J Street connections. J Street is another lobby which is more prevalent in the leftist spaces. Even Mehdi Hassan is involved with J Street. Bernie Sanders has J Street connections. Come on now. El Missimo Yakub. The funniest shit is that they are fixated on IPOC but can't forgive straight up liberal Zayos, and in Platner case, it's literal Israeli propagandist half-brother. And Platner is using anti-Israel talking points to get elected. They can even use anti-Israel talking points. It is what it is. I'm getting Platner fatigue right now. But let's listen to the majority
Aaron
report.
in Atlanta. Very disappointed of MR Crew defending Platner. He's a war criminal and a baby killer. 4 tours in Blackwater. All the normal guys get out after one tour. He did 4. Dude is a
I don't think
effing
that's
idiot.
factually
What are you
accurate.
talking about? During the war, a lot of people weren't even allowed to be discharged. They were kept on hold and redeployed over and over and over again. You don't know what you're talking about.
Cole from and the when he worked as a contractor, I don't know if it was for Blackwater or who, but he was working as a guard for the State Department.
But let's throw veterans under the bus as a political movement. That seems really smart.
Humble
That's
goat.
that's how we
I knew
win.
it. I knew you were Drea, okay? I knew you were Drea. I clocked it. Clock it. I clocked it already, okay, Drea? You don't need to say this. With the ACP propaganda, okay? Clock it. I clocked it already. Right? Majority report. Holy shit. Holy fuck. Come on, people have receipts, people. Yo, this is a lot of receipts.
Fucking goat. My fucking goat.
Just so, like, I'm getting fatigued just looking at all these receipts.
In 2000.
Talking about this for a long time, and
It's a flip side of back in the early 2010s.
Yeah.
And 2000s, when the gay rights movement was gaining steam. What
the Barney Frank argument.
What people discovered, is that you've got a gay uncle. You actually, once people started coming out of the closet.
The Andrew Sullivan argument.
Yeah, once people started coming out of the closet, like, oh, that guy's gay. I love that guy. He's great, and my life is fine around him. This is the reverse for liberals. It's like, this is a white guy, and he's actually pretty nice.
A big burly combat.
No, what? Why would you? This is the craziest shit I've ever heard, people. But I have fatigue right now. I can't really commentate that much. Yo, what? We need to humanize white army people. What?
Big burly combat vet.
Someone you could see with Joe Rogan.
And he's fine.
We need to we need to humanize the genocide bros. He's just a bro, right? He's just a bro killing brown Asians. It doesn't. Yeah, we need to humanize them. Don't be afraid. He's a bro just like you. Oh man. Yo.
Afraid. Don't be scared. Like the current cultural divorce between kind of progressives and white men is so like stark that it's just culturally, morally, ethically wrong, but also just pragmatically from a political perspective, you can't build a national party.
Yeah.
If you assume every white guy or every white guy with a deep voice as a combat vet or whatever is like out to get you.
Or if you talk about him in a way that implies he does have sort of built-in problems.
Right.
So
just inherent toxicity or something.
yeah, whether you're talking about racism or sexism, yes. And talking about
What the fuck was that? Vagina Bush. Let's throw veterans under the bus. How is that different from Ryan Grimm's complaining about the white man being the most oppressed class? I do not pay attention to Ryan Grimm. I did not know he was moving mud. Yeah, he was just a guard at Abu Ghraib. That was crazy, by the way. What do you mean guard? What do you mean guard? Why do you need to guard those people? It's crazy.
Kamala Harris is not a lesser evil. You're like, oh, well, this is a lesser evil vote. How is it any different than Kamala Harris? It's not a lesser evil vote. What are you talking about? This is not a lesser evil vote at all.
right because we trust, and a lot of the dumbest people on the planet have been proven right because we trusted a guy who was obviously untrustworthy. That's just reality. That makes us look like pieces of shit because we defended a guy who was obviously a kind of a scumbag. And yet, it is what it is. And a lot of the dumbest people on the planet have been proven right because we trusted a guy who was obviously untrustworthy.
He called the anti-Platner people the dumbest people on the planet. How do you get proven wrong by the dumbest people on the planet if you don't consider you what? What? He called the people who did not like a war criminal the dumbest people on the planet. Oh man. Holy shit. Okay, I'm getting like fatigue from this shit. Platner fatigue. Yeah, I'm just gonna chill right now. Let's just end it with this. Too old for the wish. Mike from the worst, loudest take on a 0-point question.
Right now, why don't we just forgive him? I like that. I know what you're trying to do here.
Yeah, that's the other point that I tried to make, right? This is the other point I try to make. If you can forgive this guy being involved with the mass murder of West Asians, why is this a red line for you? This does not sound like a red line if you're willing to excuse mass murder, right? Mr. Max Montes, all right, big up yourself. Are you in Discord? What's your name on Discord?
Here, I know what you're trying to say here, right? Like, I think redemption, even for someone like that, is possible. It's just that he has done nothing of the sort. Okay? Bro, he said he changed and opposes rape now. Why don't we just forgive him? I like that. I know what you're trying to do here. I know what you're trying to say here, right? Like, I think redemption, even for someone like that, is possible. It's just that he has done nothing of the sort. Okay?
Now suddenly he can't redeem himself from allegations of SA by one Yank. When the victim is a Yankubian, suddenly it's a red line. Crazy. Anyway, I'm getting fatigue from the Platner fatigue. Oh, you're Max. Wait, you're the kid, right? You're Max. Ain't you the 15-year-old? Big up Max. Yeah, big up Max who can operate a vinyl. Who can operate a vinyl? Ray, I mean he can, but he hasn't. If a man does not redeem himself from from being part of a machine that kills millions of people, because in his manifesto he wants to strengthen the military, the U.S. military. He condemns Hamas, the resistance. If a man can't redeem himself from the empire, do you think a man can redeem himself from something like SA? The fuck, bro? Ray, I never bought Platner shit. I'm trying to get young Cubians to not buy Democrat shit. In general. Platner is, I would say, Platner is a litmus test. But the bigger litmus test is Democrats. Because a lot of these people, leftists right now, they witness Democrats doing a genocide. And yet they still support Democrats. Ray, you can't go and say you've had this huge change of character and not pinpoint the moment that changed your worldview. Then I don't believe it happened at all. Exactly. This is what I'm trying to tell people. If you're an Empire stormtrooper, the only way for you to redeem yourself is to snitch. is to snitch. Okay? Tell me who you killed. Give us the names. Tell me what you did. Tell me what they made you do. Because we need to know, and your people need to know this. Your people need to know the reality. Right? And if you don't do this, you are not redeemed. You are not redeemed from being a stormtrooper. Right? This is how you redeem yourself. But they don't do this because they are still embedded. When he can name how and why. Exactly. We need to know. Your people need to tell your people about the horror. Right? Holy shit. I think we talked about this for 1 hour and a half. Ray, I've known many fucking Platners. I'm sorry for that. Sorry for that. Vagina Bush, I need to pee. I think you can do something about it. I'm pretty sure do toilets exist in Yankee Land? Yo, the commies are coming for the commies. Okay, let's talk about Iran. Big up Atkalim Kimtab. There are reports of bombing. Wait. Okay. Let's just chill for a moment. Yo, the commies are coming for the commies. No, we shit in holes in the ground. Too old for the wish. Many vets have spent longer than they serve doing. They always say, oh, they don't have a choice. You have a choice. You don't get bombed. Okay, now let's talk about Iran, right? Let me get this right. Let me get this right. The U.S. bombed first, right? The U.S. empire bombed first, right? Am I wrong? What's good, inshallah, by the way? What's good, inshallah? The U.S. bombed first, right? They carpet bomb Iran, right? Let me. I don't watch the news, so I wouldn't really know. But as far as I'm concerned, the U.S. bombed first. Too old for the witch. The vets that are sad and knew they were broken and ran from extension and still have nightmares and guilt. Those are people. Yeah, we don't give a shit about your guilt. We give a shit about why you are guilty. We humanize the people you kill. We don't humanize you. You're not human. Inshallah, Trumpito said Iranians were scum. Ray, yes, you are right. Okay. Yeah, the U.S. bombed first, right? I mean, I don't even need to watch the news to know this. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Iran is not going to bomb first. I'm trying to find the news. The U.S. bombed first, Iran bombed back. General Black. No, that's not Iran. That's Iran bombed 3 vessels in the strait. That's because those vessels were those vessels were breaking rules. I don't know. Maybe you're just trying to tell me what's happening. I think Iran bombed a Qatar vessel, if I'm not mistaken, also. Because Iran said, this is Sepa Navy. This is Sepa Navy. Turn back. Right? And they didn't turn back. They think the U.S. Army will protect them. They get bombed. Too old for the wish. Iran, largest operation ever coming. Oh, we need to get into this.
تابع اللهم بيننا وبينهم بالخير.
Nah, this is the one, people. This is World War. This is a world war. I need the whole world to get down with Iran. Mr. Max Montes, I've been so worried about Iran. I hope they're okay. Yeah, I'm worried about Iran too. The world needs to start assisting Iran, okay? Let me find some news about this. Yeah, Team Iran Oldeya. Why is Iran not popping up on my timeline? Holy shit. Let me just go on Al Jazeera.
Najaf, the holy city of Shia Islam. For Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, this will be his final trip through a city he first visited as a young man. He came here in 1957, an 18-year-old seminary student, walking the streets that produced some of Shiaism's most influential scholars. The symbolism goes beyond his personal journey. The funeral of Iran's late supreme leader is becoming a transnational event, stretching into the spiritual center of the Shia world. For the Iranian government, this is more than a farewell to a slain leader. It's an opportunity to project continuity after his assassination and to reinforce his image not only as Iran's political leader, but as a religious figure whose influence transcended national boundaries. Images of mourners crossing borders and gathering at the shrines of Imam Ali and Imam Hussein would send a message that Iran's religious and political networks remain intact despite the war. But the funeral also touches on one of Shiaism's most sensitive questions, the relationship between Najaf in Iraq and Qom in Iran. Najaf's religious establishment has long insisted on its independence from Iran's model of clerical rule.
Man, shut the fuck up, Al Jazeera. Shit, relax. Shut the fuck up, Al Jazeera. Ah, they're not reporting on this. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about either. At Lim Kim Tap, you watch too much slop, maybe. I don't even have time to watch slop. I don't even know what's happening in Sloppy Toppy world. I don't watch the news either. All right. I'm trying to find news about this. And yeah, Khamenei's funeral was a world event. Like it's, bro. People actually loved him, right? People actually love him. At Klim Kimta, Mehmudu did a video, but it's long. Bro, there are ministers from my country that travel to Iran for the funeral. That's how big this guy is. Everybody loved this guy. Right? Everybody want to go to the funeral. It's not like the Queen's funeral where it had to happen. Only a few people ever loved the Queen. Everybody else is like, fuck the Queen, right? Everybody with a heart love this guy. The funeral was massive, people. But they're trying to hide it, people. They're trying to talk about, they're trying to do the sectarian shit while talking about the funeral. Even Al Jazeera. Damn, I can't even find news about this. Holy shit. Maybe I need to check Twitter. Let me check Discord. Big up Ego Fluffer. Let me check Discord, okay? By the way, don't forget to join Discord, right? Don't forget to join Discord. Let me check Discord. Big up Ego Fluffer for the follow. Oh yeah, Jantaka will probably.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another live stream, and thank you so much for tuning in to another show. A lot of developments and a lot of news in the past 24 hours, and I thought we'd wrap them up in a live stream because there are many developments that are taking place right now too. So a quick recap. The United States accused Iran yesterday of targeting 3 ships. Those 3 ships were using a non-designated route in the Strait of Hormuz. According to the MOU of the United States with Iran, the ships that go through the Strait of Hormuz need to go through the Iranian designated route because it's under Iranian control. There were certain limitations to do with the 60-day period. However, they still needed Iranian approval, and Iran has its own authority now with the Strait of Hormuz. Several weeks back,
yeah, it's part of the deal.
Similar attacks happened for the same reason. Ships went to non-designated routes after Trump told them you can go through these non-designated routes without having coordination from Iran. And they still continued despite getting warnings from Iran. And with
August, what's my Discord? Is here. Discord.gg/bunkercat.
some of these attacks, Iran confirmed that they did attack. With others, they did not, such as the attacks that took place yesterday. Some said the United States said 3 vessels were attacked. Other sources said 5. Trump later had an attack against Iran. Iran retaliated by dawn time to target multiple American targets, approximately 85. Yesterday, the United States said that it had...
Holy shit. They targeted 85. Holy shit.
America's mentally sick and racist president, Donald Trump, has formally announced the end of the ceasefire with Iran. This was after Iran retaliated the American military aggression with all-out strikes on key US military bases in Bahrain and Kuwait last night. Trump today said his military will carry out more strikes against Iran tonight, threatening to blow up Iran's water desalination plant. But Trump later chickened out by refusing to fly in the newly refurbished Air Force One plane, fearing Iranian attacks.
So let me get this straight. Iran attacked a few vessels for breaking the law, right? which Iran has the right to do, right? They set the path for which ships can go through, and some ships don't want to go through that path. Iran has to protect themselves. They have to set some ground rules because, you know, you understand why, right? Because, you know, if people break the rules and go undetected, it could be an attack on Iran. It could be people trying to I'm too fatigued to even explain myself, but you people understand, right? Why there are rules, right? So people broke the rules. Iran attacked those people, and the United States, and those people are protected by the United States. So the United States have no choice but to attack Iran because a bunch of vessels broke the law in Iranian waters. So apparently, you know, if you break the law in Iranian waters and Iran does something about it, the U.S. can just attack Iran. Right? How does that make any sense?
Israeli terrorists have murdered Mohammed al-Wahidi, the manager of the Egyptian Relief Committee in Gaza. Corrupt FIFA and its compromised chief, Gianni Infantino, have continued to face condemnation for rigging yesterday's World Cup match in favor of Argentina. This will be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also in this video, a powerful letter from American activist and educator and popular YouTube creator to the kindergarteners from Minnesota who sick Trump had attacked this week. So please stay tuned. So as I said in my last video, the MOU between Iran and the US has effectively ended. This was also confirmed by the deranged occupant of the White House during a press conference at the NATO summit in Turkey today. He told reporters that the ceasefire was over.
Have any questions? Mr. President, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve, what?
You're the only nation that has used nuclear weapons. Yo, did anyone else use nuclear weapons other than the USA? People tell me. You're literally the only nation that has used nuclear weapons. It's mad in the... Yo, who are you? It's mad in the dunya. Who the fuck is you? Iran is not crazy, people. Iran is just enforcing the law.
Woodcoff, Jared Kushner, but they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars.
Yeah, we talked about Platner for 1.5 hours. For 1.5 hours, so that's done. Vagina Bush. Didn't Israel use meaning? Oh yeah, Israel. Yeah, Israel. Yeah, I think they did.
We make a deal.
And Israel is the USA, so yeah.
And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal, and he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
The talks won't resume after we get through the funeral proceedings.
You can't look like this and say someone else is cuckoo, people. You literally look like a cuckoo. You can say they're cuckoo. You literally look like a cuckoo bird right now. There's a chicken right now who looks like Trampito. It's so funny, people.
What?
Does this mean that talks with Iran will not resume?
I don't care. They can talk, but I think they're wasting their time. They're a bunch of lying guys. I do my whole life. That's all I do.
Lying guys.
My whole life is that's how I became president.
You're a real estate scammer.
Yes, that's a deal too, right? But I made a lot of money. I had a lot of great success, tremendous success. Everything I did, I was successful. And I deal with these guys, and I say this is from a different school.
No, the problem is not Iran is lying. Is that Iran has ground rules. Okay, In the deal, Iran has ground rules. You break the rules, you break the MOU. Right? And the USA don't like those rules. I said it from the beginning. The USA is not going to agree to this. Whatever Iran wants, ultimately, right? Whatever Iran wants, the US will never give Iran. Will never. Do you think the US is gonna do is really gonna honor any kind of deals? They'll never give what Iran wants. And Iran, right now, Iran has the power. Because they have control over the Strait of Hormuz, because they do have weapons. You're not dealing with Hamas anymore, people, where you can just bully them because they're a small piece of land. They are in control of a small piece of land. You're not dealing with Hamas anymore. You're not dealing with Cuba. You're not dealing with the defenseless Latin American country anymore. Right? You're dealing with a civilization that, despite being sanctioned and embargoed, has somehow managed to build their country anyway, right? Despite all the handicaps, right? Has managed to build a civilization, a modern civilization, and also they are an ancient civilization that has managed to transition into the modern world with modern weapons. This is who you're dealing with. And when you're dealing with these people, you can't break the rules. Iran will, if you're dealing with us, when the US surveyor deals with a smaller country, they can bully the shit out of that country. Like, I'll be real. They can bully my country. They can tell my country to do things. They cannot honor deals with my country because they can bully us. We don't have the capacity to defend ourselves. But you're dealing with Iran now. They have modern weapons. They might not be as powerful as you. This is still an asymmetrical warfare. This is still asymmetrical, like, I'll be real. Iran is not nowhere near as rich or as powerful as the US, but Iran is playing haram ball. Iran knows game. Iran is playing haram ball. Iran has strategy, right? They work within their means to achieve what they want to achieve. At Kalim Kim Tap. What's this? Let me see. What's these? Oh, it's a video of the strike. U.S. strikes Iran for second night. A strike in Chabahar, a maritime control tower targeted. Holy fuck, a hospital was damaged. Anybody got videos on the Iran attacks? You have a country? I have hyperglycemia. What the hell is that? This is what's happening right now. Iran refused to be bullied. You need to, high blood sugar. Just say high blood sugar. Holy shit. Hate from ceasefire. Yeah, definitely off. What's happening is that's what's happening. Iran can't be bullied. So now what? Iran will enforce the law. The law, and Iran will enforce. Iran is like, you're not fulfilling this part of the deal. Right? I love Che. Okay. Look, Cuba is still a small country. And yes, I'm not talking shit about Cuba. I'm just saying they can bully Cuba. The USA already has control of Cuba. Because people don't want to help Cuba. Okay? No, I understand what you're saying. I'm trying to use Cuba as an example of the US, how the US bullies smaller countries. Okay? Like the US is literally in control of Cuba right now. I'm not saying Cuba did not manage to overcome anything. I'm just using it as an example that the US can bully Cuba, right? They don't have the capacity, the military capacity to fight the US. Cuba has always needed help from other bigger countries. And why not? Like my country is defenseless and we overcame odds, but we are still defenseless, right? We are still defenseless. At the end of the day, the US can bully us. They can dictate. I'm not talking shit about Cuba. I'm using it as an example. Okay? Like the US, for example, can't bully maybe Pakistan or North Korea because they have nuclear weapons. Right. So right now the US is facing a country it can't really bully. Like you get me? I love Che. Right? Like Cuba does not have nuclear weapons. They don't have the military capacity to fight the US. So the US can, if the US makes a deal with Cuba, it can just renege on the deal. They can bully smaller countries. They can bully my country. Right? But Iran is not having that. Iran is a 10. Okay? Iran is a 10. Iran gets to choose. Okay, you don't want to pay for my dinner? Fuck off. Right? You don't want to treat me like a queen? Fuck off. That's what Iran is doing. This is what's happening. So as long as the US is breaking deals, as long as their proxies, Qatar is one of the vessel is Qatari, right? Qatar. One of the vessels is Qatar, right? Which is a US proxy. As long as the US and their proxies, whether it be any of the Gulf states, whether it be Israel, break the rules, Iran will act upon it. Because Iran can't be bullied. Right? That's what's happening right now. So there's going to be constant back and forth. Back and forth. You get me? Qatar. Yeah, it was Qatar. One of the vessels was Qatar, right? So it doesn't matter. Qatar broke the rules. Qatar thinks the US will defend them. They get attacked. Their vessels get attacked. Let me check what countries all these other vessels are from. Man, even if I Google Press TV, I get these Western news outlets. I told you, man. Websites are so white. Iran has issued a firm warning that it will not back down from its management of the Strait of Hormuz. I don't remember the MOU exactly, but isn't Iran managing the Strait of Hormuz part of the deal? Right? Iran's updated strategy dictates that in the event of any fresh attack on Iranian soil or interest, the Islamic Republic will respond with overwhelming force. The memorandum of, listen to Iran. The memorandum of understanding signed on this matter clearly states that Iran will reopen the strait in accordance with its own arrangement. I told you, man, Iran is a 10. Iran is a 10. So Iran gets to say what Iran wants, Iran gets. If you don't honor Iran, what Iran wants, you don't get. You get me? Iran is a 10. Iran will not permit the establishment of any new route outside the framework of its own arrangements. Yo, young Cubians, do you even understand English? Do you understand English? This is as plain as English gets. Okay? This is as plain as English gets. Young Cubians don't understand their own first language. Iran is managing the Strait of Hormuz, so just follow the fucking rules that Iran has set. Like I told you, man, Iran is a 10. You don't want to buy me flowers? Fuck off. You don't want to pay for the date? Fuck off. I'm the 10 here. I say what goes. Right? So yeah. You know what caused this is US proxies not following the rules. Those vessels broke the rules, and Iran enforced the rules. I need to know what countries those vessels are from. I can't find the vessels. Oh, one of it, I think. One of it might have been Qatar. One of it is Qatar. Qatar. Let's see. Let me find Qatar. Qatar. Okay. Yes, this is what I was trying to explain earlier, okay? This is what I was trying to explain earlier. Rules exist for a reason. The reason Iran set these rules is for national. They are literally at war, people. So you can't just simply go anywhere you want to go. Iran set those rules. Just follow the fucking rules. Iran would take any measure it deemed necessary to safeguard its interests and national security. Qatar blamed Iran for attacking the vessels, including Oh, Saudi also. Look, if you hear this, right? This is Sepa Navy. If you hear this is Sepa Navy, you better start listening. This is Sepa Navy. You need to redirect your vessel. This is Sepa Navy. We don't give a shit about a tweet by a Trampito. We don't give a shit about Trampito. Trampito can suck my dick from the back. We are Sepa Navy. You need to redirect your vessel. Sepa Navy out. If you hear this, you better start paying attention, and you better start doing the necessary. If the Sepa Navy, you need to get the fuck out of here. If the Sepa Navy tells you to get the fuck out of there, you get the fuck out of there. Right? Motherfuckers are too arrogant. They think the U.S. empire will protect them. Right? Holy shit. Fucking Gulf Arabs. It's mad in the dunya. Hot take. Maybe the vessels were asked. Wait, who are you, by the way? It's mad in the dunya. Maybe the vessels were asked by the U.S. to go there in order to provoke this. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? I wouldn't put anything past the U.S. Like, anything is possible. Right? Anything is possible. Fatima my bad. Fatima Kashif. That's all you have to say? At Kalim Kimtab, the USA is having talks with Turkey for F-35 jets as a favor to get them on their side. The USA refused. This is what I'm telling you. The USA is a bunch of assholes. Look, we had this problem. We have this problem. Like, it's in the news that we had this problem with the Europeans, and the US empire is European. They never, these crackers, these crackers cannot be trusted. Look, right? My prime minister is like, you know what? I want to fuck with the Russians now. My prime minister literally went to the Russians because the Russians, they honor the deals. These Europeans do not honor the deals. The Russian will honor the deals, right? Vagina Bush, you think they told the ship it wasn't safe to go through. They told the ship to redirect. Tepanevi, you need to get the fuck out of here. That's what they said. They told the Qatar. I don't know if Qataris don't understand English. I've never been to Qatar, Qatar. But the Sepa Navy, the Sepa Navy told them explicitly, if you don't fuck off, we will attack. And they did not fuck off, and they got attacked. Simple shit. Simple shit a caveman can understand. Miku, if you're nasty, maybe the vessels were the friends we provoked along the way. At Kalim Kemtab, it's not easy to find origin of ships, the flag. Oh, yeah. Don't worry about this because my country has been accused of doing this to help Iran. Yo, unmarked ships. We have ships that does not, use the radio. We've been accused of this, but for a good reason. I mean, we do this for a. This is why my country gets a pass, a Strait of Hormuz pass. Right? My country knows how to handle tens. I know how to handle tens. Right? The tens say, "Oh, can you help me buy some drugs, but don't tell anyone." You go to the flat. You procure some drugs. You go use routes that people with no people. You go through the back alleys, and then you deliver the drugs to the 10. Whatever the 10 wants you to do, you do it. My country understands this, right? It's mad in the dunya. You're the only Twitch channel I watch. So I just took a random phrase. I know who you are. I think I know who you are. I'm not going to say it. Kate, Malaysia is just, Malaysia is just small beans. And the USA bully the shit out of us. They tell us, you need to buy this. You need to spend billions on this. But you know what? Since Iran happened, Malaysia has just been a bit more brazen. Malaysia has reneged on deals. Because they do it to us all the time. They don't honor deals. These are not honorable people. Right? Mad in the dunya. Can you elaborate how recent times? Iran. That's where Singapore is. Singapore is a large military base. You know those ships, those U.S. What do you call those big ships with the airplanes on them? What do you call that shit? Where do you think they refuel? It's Singapore. And of course, other countries. That's how. And also, they use Singapore to funnel money for war. Money, even weapons is they're officially called big bitches. Miku, if you're nasty. That's where they refuel those big bitches. Aircraft carrier. Yeah, that's the one. Aircraft carrier. Yeah, that's where they refuel in Singapore. And Singapore is where they funnel the money needed. That's why Singapore is rich, people, because the empire pays them to that's how they got rich. And then they got so arrogant. Oh, we're rich because we're hardworking. You're not hardworking. You're lazy as fuck. Shut the fuck up. I know Singaporeans. They don't do shit. They got rich because the empire paid them. The empire gave them money. And also because they are at a strategic You know, just like Iran has the Strait of Hormuz, right? Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say, people. Singapore is the U.S. military base of Malaysia. And you know what? Even Malaysia has been accused of helping the U.S. Because Malaysia play both sides. Malaysia is small beans, okay? Malaysia will help anyone, right? Malaysia is a whole. We will help anyone, whether you're China, you're the U.S. surveyor, but Malaysia, if given a chance, if given a choice, Malaysia will cut off the USA and the Europeans if given a choice. Okay, like I'll be real, because let's be for real, we're Asians at the end of the day. Iran is Asia. China is Asia. Russia is Asia. At the end of the day, we are Asians and they are Westerners. They have no business controlling us. Right? But in order to survive, Malaysia is pragmatist. In order to survive, Malaysia will just like China. China will trade with anyone. China will trade with Israel. At least Malaysia only trades with Israel through BlackRock. Right? Yeah. But yeah, that's about it. Too old for the wish. Even in Asia, do you care about money or people? Wait, what do you mean? What you mean? What is this question? Philip, Singapore isn't pragmatic? What? They don't need to be pragmatic. Why do they need to be pragmatic? Yeah, BlackRock has investments in Malaysia. And yeah, and look, too old for to wish. There are capitalist Chinese people. Because what's good night Netflix. This is not this is anecdotal. You know what the capitalist Chinese do, right? Since you can't monopolize real estate, for example, in China, they just move to Malaysia, and they buy property in Malaysia. In Malaysia, they can be capitalists, the Chinese people, the capitalist Chinese people. So there are people who are governed, whose lives are governed by money. Even in China, where they've literally, a Falun Gong is one. Yeah. And I mean the people, those westernized Chinese who did the protests in Tiananmen Square, yeah. Those people exist. And those people are in my country, because in my country you can freely buy multiple homes, which is wrong, which fucks up the whole shit. Blows up the whole spot. Which results in homelessness, results in poverty. Mr. Max, what's good, Max? Why do some white Europeans, Canadians, and Austrians, why Austrian, think they're better than white Yanks when they're all the same? That's where Yankubian came from anyway. Canadians, wait, what do you mean Canadians? Yo, Kate from Da, do you think you're better than Yankubians? I feel like the Yankubians think they're better than Canadians. Oh, Australia, okay. I don't know about Australia. I think Europeans do think they're better than Yankubians. You're literally the same thing. I don't think Canadians think they're better. I think Yankubians think they're better than Canadians. They talk shit about the Canadians all the time. But Europeans, yes, Europeans do have an unfounded arrogance. Europeans do have a weird arrogance. right? They think they're cultured and a civilization. You're not a civilization. You're living off the backs of Asia. At Kalim Kemta, Falun Gong is USA sponsored terror, also ETIM, yes. All the anti-China propaganda comes from this and comes from the National Endowment. Watch Geopold. Oh wait, I haven't done Jess Pulido is not in the chat. I'm supposed to do Ethno Guesser. Let me do Ethno Guesser. Speaking of Geopold. Yeah, Bergie, you're not better than young Cubians. You literally spend your whole life defending young Cubians. Let's play Ethno Guesser, people. Unfortunately, Jess Pulido is not here. All right, let's see. Can you see this? Where does this ethnic group... Holy shit. This is a hard one. Holy shit. This kind of looks like me a bit. This is a hard one. I'm going to go Indonesia. No, Bergie, you don't have culture. Don't even fight me on this. Your whole life is... I'm going to go Indonesia. Please let me be right about this. Okay. Not that far off. This is Indonesia. Come on now. This is Indonesia. Told you, man. This looks Mongolian, Slavic. This could be Kazakhstan too. Could be Mongolia. I'm gonna go here. We got it. Wait, where is this? Eurasian. Oh, Russia. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Slavic. Not Slavic. I mean Russia. Eurasian. Oh, they're Eurasians. All right, not far off. This okay. When it comes to crackers, I can't. I'm just Oh, Jess Pulido. We summoned Jess Pulido. How the fuck did you weren't here the whole fucking stream and then I play Ethno Guesser and you pop up? Wait, what? Is this life? Okay, I can't do Be Real. I can't do crackers. I don't know what this is, people. What the fuck is this? This could be anything. Oh, I wasn't far off. Holy shit. I was thinking Sweden too, but I picked Poland. This is okay, I'm also not familiar with Africa. What is this looks This might be Nigeria. Nigeria is where again? This could be Kenya too. Maybe like Central Africa. This looks Central Africa. Okay, we got it. I know Africa, I guess. Okay, this is a bit hard. This might be Middle East. This might be North Africa. This is North Africa. North Africa. Holy shit, I got that wrong. I got that completely the fuck wrong. It's Papua. It's somewhere in Papua, Moluccas. This is Africa. This is Central Africa. This gotta be Ethiopia. Okay, Central Africa, but I got the wrong one. I big up Jess Pulido for the membership. This is some Slavic or Turkish shit. This gotta be Eurasian. Somewhere here. I told you, man. Yeah, this is some Slavic shit. They look Mediterranean. Okay, this is hard. This is Latin. This is somewhere in Latin America, right? It's gotta be Latin America somewhere. Hypersonics eliminate. This gotta be maybe north, somewhere north. Oh, I got it completely wrong. Holy shit. What is this? Mediterranean. Ah. They are natives. I got it completely wrong. These are Moroccans. They are Berbers. Berber is a slur, right? But why is in and no guess Berberit? They call Berberit. Berber is considered a slur these days. Yo, I had a yeah. Oh, this is hard. Holy shit. This could be Asian. This could be West Asian. This could be this could be Latin America. This is crazy. I'm going with Latin America. This could be fucking Philippines. I'm going with North America. Holy shit. I'm wrong again. Holy fuck. They're from France. Yo, this is not a good round. I got a score of, let me see, 1.5K. Azeri. Yo, what's the non-slur word for Berber? Cause I had a Berber friend and she kept referring to herself as Berber. Oh man. Jess Pulido, can you start the stream all over again? I'm about to end the stream. Marcos, I suck at this game. Too real for this. Where is Wow Mao when you need him? Yo, that whole gang, right? That whole Kami gang are very quiet about Yankubians. They're very quiet about Yankubians. I like this game. It's fun. Amazigh. Oh, okay, yeah, Amazigh. That's the accepted nomenclature. Amazigh. Yeah, I had an Amazigh friend, but she kept referring to herself as a slur. I'm working from home today. The fuck is this? Marxism is right wing. Yeah, Marxism is right wing.
Yeah.
Yo, I need to make Yankubian a thing. People. We need to make Yankubian a thing. People like it. People like Yankubian. Yes, Pulido. No, I did not like the other one. What's the other one? I like it at No Guesser. I didn't like the other one. I forgot what the other one is. Max, what political side should I be on? I'm left, but not American left. Max, I don't want to be a groomer, but you should read. You should start with the principles of communism. You should be anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist. It's not a political side. It's word. It's. I'm not a commie, but you should read the principles of communism to understand what's going on in the world. You should be on the side of the people. You should be the side of whatever the side is at, which is to the opposite of the imperialists, the capitalists, and I would say you get me. I would say you should start with principles of communism. Let me Google this. Baby Marxist reading list. I'm asking fucking AI for this. You should start with the principles of communism by Engels. Okay, just to understand. And you should start with being an anti-capitalist. The principles of communism. Communism is something I was born with. Okay? What's that quote? What this Marx quote? Famous Marx quote. I can't even remember quotes. Shit. Holy fuck. Fuck. Oh, this one. Yeah, this one. This quote, right? This is what you should believe in. From each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. Right? I grew up with this. I am a product of this. Okay? From each according to his abilities, I'm not a commie, but I am a product of this. From each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs. This is what I grew up with. I grew up in a small town, in a small, I would say it's not a commune officially, but unofficially it's a commune. Everybody took care of me. Right? When all my elders took care of me, I live in a house where a whole family, a whole extended family can just come in and out of that. Anybody can live in this house. Anybody can contribute to this house to their ability, and everybody can take from this house to their needs. This is what I grew up with. Right? This is what I grew up with. Okay? I also grew up with Islam, and Islam talks about universal healthcare, universal education, right? No dengism over here. Just start, not even Fidel Castro yet. Just start with the principles, right? Just start with the principles. It's easy to understand, Max. I'm talking to Max over. Max is 15 years old, guys. Max is 15 years old, guys. Just start from the start. Don't go. Elmi, Global South, Universal Experience. Exactly. It takes a village. It takes a village. Right? It takes a village to what's the African proverb? Holy shit. I can't even remember basic proverbs. It takes a village to raise a child. Right? It takes a village to raise a child. I grew up in a community. Okay? What I want to do is extend this community to the whole world. And then you can read you can probably read dialectical materialism is interesting, yeah. Dialectical materialism is another one. History of dialectical materialism. But you could probably just do the principles first and then see what's next. Dialectical materialism is a scientific process, and it's how you're supposed to live your life, right? Dialectical materialism is how you're supposed to live your life. It's a scientific process. Max, I read it tonight. And also, Max, you're a 15-year-old. Also enjoy your life. Grow up slowly. You can read this, but also live your life. The best way to be is to live your life. The best way to be a human being. Be a normal human being. Listen to music, watch movies, but also know the principles. But at the same time, live your life. Don't make it your whole character. Mr. Max, I balance both. Yeah, you're a level-headed child. You're a level-headed teenager for some reason. I wasn't, so I probably needed my advice when I was 15 years old. Too old for Twitch. Larry has a couple of Oh yeah, and also another streamer you should follow. You should definitely follow is Larry, Leaping Larry. I'm not educational, by the way. I'm just talking shit. If you want educations, you can even start with Hakeem. Hakeem is one guy. Oh, Larry, let me check out his reading list. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Larry is in the server, yeah. I would say, Max, just start with principles and then see what's next. Just to understand what's happening in the world. It's mad in the dunya. How big is the Marxist community? We have a socialist party. I actually don't know because communism is yo, Malaysia is crazy. We kill commies. Okay, so we hate commies. Now I work for right wingers. Every time I'm outside, just in the communities, there's always gonna be an talking shit about commies. I used to kill commies. We used to kill. In Malaysia, that's not much of a movement anymore. The right wingers have managed to completely eliminate any Marxism. Yet we used to have commies, yes. Chinese commies were the major ones. But have you ever met a Marxist? Fuck no. Okay, let me tell you about myself to the new people. I work with right wingers. I work with the enemy. But I am but I am part of the Socialist Party. But I don't know much about them. They might be social democrats. I don't know. I don't know what's their real intention. I don't know if secretly they might be secret Marxists. If there's a Marxist in Malaysia, it's secretive. It's an underground movement, which I'm not aware of. But I know there's one socialist party called the Parti Socialist Malaysia, Socialist Party of Malaysia, PSM, right? But I don't know if they're socialists or social democrats. They might be social democrats. I don't know. I don't know for sure. They're mostly made up of Indians because Indians used to work in South Indians are, you could say they are the black people of Malaysia, right? They are the black people of Malaysia. South Indians, and they have to fight for their rights, for the rights of their workers, estate workers. So they need socialism, people. They need this shit. So do other races in Malaysia, but we're not, you get me? No, not Kerala, mostly from Tamil, mostly from Tamil Nadu. And there are some Malayalam people Malayalis who live in Malaysia, but mostly Tamil. So do other races in Malaysia, but we're just not woke enough to realize that we need socialism. But those South Indians need socialism. And the Chinese are communists by way of Mao, by way of China. But not all Chinese. They are westernized Chinese, But the Chinese that don't have Western names, yeah, that's a commie. There's two commie Chinesers in the Discord right now. There's like literally two Chinese Malaysian commies in the Discord, right? Them motherfuckers don't have Western names. You know those Chinese, the Andrews, the Stephens, the Nicks, right? The Christian Chinese, the commie Chinese don't have Western names. They don't even like English. They are forced to speak English to communicate. Yeah, this is true actually. Because when I was young, I read about ants. Ants. You know ants? When I was a young boy, when I was like 6 years old, I read about ants. Right? At Kilim Kim Tab, those Kerala people, yeah, they're not even in control anymore, right? So, I mean, the commies are not even in control anymore. So, it is what it is. They don't want the commies anymore. But people, the Indian people in Malaysia is mostly from Tamil, not from Kerala. You might meet some people who I met a Kerala who was pro-communism. One of the bosses I work in a large organization, super large organization. One of the bosses over there is I was talking to her. We were talking to her about the South Indian elections, the Tamil South Indian elections, and she was like, "I'm from Kerala," and I'm like, "Yo, the commies," and she's like, "Yeah." She was smiling when I said, "Yo, the commies eradicated poverty," and she was like, "Yeah." She was smiling. You will find some people whose ancestry goes to Kerala, but mostly people in Malaysia are Tamil. Mostly it's Tamil. But there are some that do speak Malayalam and are from Malayali ancestry. Anyway, what were we talking about? So in Malaysia, right? If there's a commie in Malaysia, we can't use the word commie. We might need to use socialist. If there's a commie in Malaysia, one of my OGs was a socialist. One of my OGs, literally my OGs, who I've known for decades, right, is a socialist. I'm just not sure if these socialists are socialists or social democrats. I'm just not sure. They might be social democrats. Now that I'm more in tune with this shit, now I understand that social democrats tend to refer to themselves as socialists, but they're social democrats. It's a completely separate thing. It's completely different. Just pulido. At Kalim Kim Tab, Kerala is not really commie. Yeah, not anymore. They lost the election. They lost the election, so it is. But the person I spoke to was positive about commies. He was positive. She smiled when I said, "Oh, commies, communists." But then my Malaysian right wingers who were in the same room, they were like looking at me like, "The fuck is wrong with this guy?" But you know what? Malaysians are not really too, because of China, right? Because of China, because of Iran, Malaysia are not as the hatred towards communism and socialism is not as strong as before because of China. You see? Even if some commies might not consider China proper communism or socialism. Right? Yo, Philip, shut the fuck up about Dengism, okay? Shut the fuck up about Deng, okay? I'm not doing Dengist talking points right now. Just Pulido, remember when you told Anthony and DNW that you're a right winger? And Chad got upset at Anthony. people need to fucking chill. Right wing, left wing don't even exist. Like Yankubians don't understand. Like I play around with the right wing, left wing because it don't exist. It don't exist. At Kalim Kim Tab, they might need to go back to, they might need to keep doing armed resistance because they lost. they last. Yeah, but big up the Naxalites. But yeah, I don't think right wing, left wing even exists. So what does it even mean? Like, I just refer to right wingers as the establishment, and I work with the right wingers. So I told the socialists, look, I'm here, but I'm not active. Okay. If they see me being active among you guys, I get sacked. Okay. So yeah. Chimerax, very funny to me that you're not a commie, and yet you are more knowledgeable about communism than half of those DSA socialists. I think it's because I speak because there's a lot of commies in the community, such as you. So that's how I understand communism by way of friends, right? And by listening to commies. By listening to actual commies, you learn about communism, and also by reading. I could if right. Just Pulido, don't the Chinese consider communism to be more traditional and conservative? Wait, what do you mean by that? North Koreans, Vietnamese. Look, I grew up in a conservative Muslim family. Not the extended family. My immediate family is very conservative. And look, this is why Islam is a primitive form of communism. Because of the Ummah. Ummah is internationalism. Islam does believe in collectivism. So it is conservative. Because when you look at these commies, right, they just want to live. They don't want to do the fuckeries. They don't want to be drug addicts. They don't want to do the fuckeries. They just want to live life. Right? This is what I grew up with. I grew up as a conservative Muslim. And in Islam, there's elements of communism. In Islam, universal health care, everybody has a right to education. No, I understand what you're trying to say. Communism can end up being quite conservative, but in a way that's wholesome. Not the conservative you understand. It's about conserving family values, maybe. I don't know. It's about conserving the environment, for example. It's about conserving your health. That's the conservative you're talking about. You might end up looking like a conservative. You just want to live life. And as a Muslim, right? I grew up with there is communist values in Asia, in Asian family structures, right? There's communist values in Islam, such as collectivism. Islam is not an individualist religion. It's collectivism. It's about moving. It's about organizing. It's about internationalism, the ummah. However, Islam might not fuck with dialectical materialism. However, for some reason, Islam has given birth to scientists for some reason. I don't know why. It's a contradiction. Okay, Islam is a contradiction. But I would say Islam is a primitive form of communism. Just what's good, Leaping Larry? We were just checking out your reading list. A 15-year-old is yeah, a 15-year-old asked me for what to read, and I look, I gave principles of communism because I'm a 15-year-old myself mentally. So you got to start with Engels, right, Larry? Is it okay to start with Engels? Easy to understand English. I mean, easy to understand translation. So I told the 15-year-old, start with Engels, principles. Start with the principles, and then you can go further. I'm not a commie, but I would. But look, I'm not a commie, but I think that's where you should start, just to understand the world, what's going on in the world. I think once you understand principles, you can even understand Islam through principles of communism. When he spoke about healthcare, when he spoke about education, that's Islam, right? But Islam is a primitive form of communism. Jess Pulido, the CIA used. Nah, no parenti. Just do I don't know. I just think you should start with the basics, the principles. But Islam fundamentally cannot fuck with dialectical materialism, okay? Because Islam itself is an unresolved contradiction, okay? Right? So yeah. So maybe Islam can fuck with certain principles like collectivism. Yeah, I don't think Max is an anti-commie. He might be 15-year-old, but he already understands. Max he might be 15-year-old, but he already understands a lot of the stuff anti-imperialists and anti-imperialists already understand. So he should just go straight to understanding communism. Larry, parenti is good for Yankees who don't know shit. Max, I learned from Twitter. Yeah, start with principles, Max. Start with principles of communism. Yeah, you can, and then you can do maybe history of dialectical materialism. Bro, I was at his age. What the fuck was I reading? I was reading Roald Dahl. Roald Dahl is an anti-Zayo, by the way. I was reading Roald Dahl when I was 15. Yeah. Just Pulido, I put a bunch of PDFs in. What do you mean you put a bunch of PDFs in the Discord? What? What do you mean you put a bunch of PDFs in the Discord? Don't do that. Yo. You trying to turn my Discord into the Epstein Island? What do you mean? Yeah, Max, also watch Larry for education. Okay? If you want to see a cat talk shit about young Cubians, you watch me. If you want to be educated, watch Leaping Larry. Follow Leaping Larry right now, Max. I was radicalized in the beginning of the year when the Venezuela bombing happened. Or Maduro. Starting to believe. Yeah, you accelerated. You accelerated really quick. Yeah, and you can also watch Hakeem. Hakeem makes everything easy to understand for a baby. Yeah, watch Leaping Larry for education. All right, big up Jess Pulido for the book. And also in my Discord, we have re-education camp. We have a re-education camp section. For example, you're surrounded by anti-Russian propaganda, right? You're surrounded by anti-Russian propaganda. Go to the re-education camp and read about Russia. Read about what's happening in Russia. For example, you're surrounded by the Democratic Endowment, the National Endowment for Democracy propaganda about China. Go to the re-education camp section in Discord and read about China. Read about North Korea. Read about the Uyghur. Leaping Larry. I do a pro-Russia segment almost every day. I believe Russia should go full Asia. Just completely ignore. So tired of anti-Russian Euros. Yo, even my country is pro-Russia now. I can't believe it. Like, even my country said fuck the Europeans. And my country has always been looking to the West. Even my country is like pro-Russia now. It's like fuck the Europeans. They never honor any deals. We're going Russia. But we do buy from Russia anyway. At Kalim Gemtab, Islam developed its golden age during the Umayyads. The Umayyads were not interested in meddling with religion or persecuting the scientists. When the Abbasids took over, that was the peak, so it all went downhill. I don't even like the Umayyads either. But it is what Islam is going to be. A lot of contradictions. It is what it is. But Islam is the most well put together religion I've ever seen. It's like, I'll be real, Islam is the most well put religion. It's like believe in one God. That's it. Right? If you start going into Christianity, you got to believe in the holy. It's mental gymnastics. It's crazy ass mental gymnastics. Islam is simple. God is everything. God did the destruction. God did the good things. Simple. Right? Don't say God is not responsible for that destruction, because God can be responsible for the destruction. God is everything. God is arrogant. You don't get to be arrogant. You're a human being. But God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is arrogant. It is what it is. This is God. God is everything. Islam is the most well put together religion. That's why Islam keeps winning debates. Stalin Shah Allah. Marx Shah Allah. Amin Amin Ya Rabbal Ho Chi Minh. Green eggs and hammer. The Euros blow up their own pipelines and blame it on the Russians. I feel sorry for the Russians. I don't even give a shit about Russia, but yeah, I feel sorry. Every villain in every movie, like they're like orcs. The Russians, the Chinese, the West Asians. Those three. And the North Koreans. Jess Pulido, don't they? That's what Islam did. Look, Jess Pulido, that's what Islam did. Islam pretty much is all religion simplified. Even Hindus, even people say a lot of the Hindu gods were just prophets. Like Islam just package all these religion into something poetic and well put together. This is why you see Islam is the one fighting the empire right now. Who's fighting the empire? It's the Muslims. It is what it is. It's the anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist elements. Wait, what's this? Ameri NDNs? What does that mean? Aren't you Irish? You sound like a fucking Irish. Marxist? You can't say Marxist and say you're not. Oh, you're native. I thought you were Irish. Oh, you are Irish. Irish and I knew you were Irish. Holy fuck. Micmac. Let me Google Micmac. I knew this motherfucker was Irish somehow. Micmac are an indigenous group, northeastern North America. Well, you do have native hair. I know this motherfucker was Irish. Max, I was raised on so many propaganda as a young boy. I was so shocked when I learned the truth. Now, you accelerated. You accelerated. You have Irish eyes, Larry. You look Irish, but you have native hair. You have native hair. That's a good mix. That's a crazy mix. Nah, that's a crazy mix. Yo, Irish and native, holy fuck. Pick a struggle. Yo, the fuck? What's wrong with you? Irish and native? You got some kind of white, but you got the wrong white. How the fuck? Yo, holy shit, we're half white. Ah, fuck, it's the Irish white. How the fuck you get the white, but it's the Irish white? That's the dirty whites. That's crazy. Pick a struggle. You're like the white people bullied by other white people, and then you're the native. Holy fuck, that's crazy. Nah, that's crazy. Imagine just almost getting there, right? You're almost there to the destination, right? You're almost at the destination. I'm half white. Holy shit. Oh man, I'm half white. Holy shit. You're almost at the destination, and right at the gates they say you can't come in. You can't come in. There's something off about you. I can't imagine being Irish. Kate from Da Da Da. You're Acadia? Micmac people are the reason my family line survived. At Kalim Kim Tap. Yes, the Umayyads were crazy tyrants, I agree. But they were cool if you did not challenge their state, so people had freedom. They were not persecuting science. Also Andalusia, right? Andalusia had a lot of scientists. Andalusia, the Ottomans had scientists, and the Ottoman decriminalized gay people, decriminalized gayness. Jesse, there's a Wikipedia article about the part of Mexico my family is from, the highlands of Jalisco. Yeah, a lot of you people need to pick a struggle. Like, I might have native in me too. I just sometimes see your face and I know there's something off about this person. Like, my face has native features, right? Sometimes you see someone's face, yeah, this motherfucker Irish or some shit. He's not pure. You can just tell. Where were we? Holy shit. What were we talking about? What the fuck were we talking about? Oh yeah, Max and communism. Yeah, I'm not a commie, but yeah, do read the commies. They make sense. And Max, you can also read about dialectical materialism. That's interesting. I find that interesting. It's a scientific process, right? There's this one video about dialectical materialism by Revolutionary Thought. Yeah. Your title says the Grand Platner Left. Yo, we talk shit about the Platner Left for about 1 hour and a half. I think I like this video by Revolutionary Thought. She has a video about dialectical materialism. Is interesting. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Larry, I had your video on Decky, Larry, about something that I wanted to watch.
Here we
Wait, you have a video about dialectical materialism? But it's 40 minutes, so I might watch this. I wanted to watch this. Why anarchism and socialism are not the same thing. But it's 40 minutes. I will watch it on my journey to work if I have to travel. GB, you hate those types. What types? What do you mean you hate those types? Which types? I find dialectical materialism interesting. It's a scientific process, right? Yeah, even in Larry channel, there's a lot of clips that will be useful to understanding the world. Juche gang. Juche gang. Who got the Juche now? I'm just talking to Max here. I'm not talking to anyone else. Right? Okay, I don't want to go further with this because I don't want to be a groomer. Yo, I don't want to be a groomer. I'm just these are just recommendations, okay? These are just recommendations. Right? I don't want to be. If you think it's interesting, if you think the principles of communism is interesting, Max, you can take a gander at it. Right? No, yo, GB, what are you talking about? Just tell me. You can't just comment before the explanation. Yeah. Mr. Max Montes, I think it's very interesting. I wish I had a journal to write it down. Principles of communism, Engels. Start with that and then see what else you can. Stalin is another writer you can understand easily. You know, simple language, Stalin and Engels, and then you can go further into Lenin and Marx, which I haven't gotten there at all. But Stalin is a fucking nerd. I don't know what it is. He's a fucking nerd. He likes to talk about history, about science. He's a fucking nerd. Okay? He might look like that. He looks like that, but that motherfucker is a nerd. Oh, and yeah, by the way, Marxist.org, you can read all of this for free. Max. Leaping Larry, Stalin's foundation of Leninism is great. Yeah, that might be my next read. If I can finish my current book. Taking me years to read a cookbook. Ayatollah Leaping Larry. Came from da. Che Guevara was a fucking nerd too. Yeah, they might look cool and shit, but those are fucking nerds. Nah, don't worry, Max. There's no rules over here. There's no rules over here. Nah, but I need the movement. The movement needs to be led by scientists, right? A nerd is a scientist. It's just nerd is a slur, right? But the movement, this is why I don't understand when people expect people like me, Bad Empanada. Where's your, how about you lead the revolution? Where's your revolution? What's your solution? We don't have the solution or the revolution. Right? We are jesters. We are whisperers. The revolution is led by scientists and intellectuals. A group of people who read and study. You can't have your movement led by me. I don't understand why young Cubians, just because they're led by Trumpito and Obama and them men there, they think that fucking streamers should be expected to lead a revolution. Just because your president is a fucking reality TV show real estate scammer, you think every revolution has to be led by a streamer. Nah. A movement has always historically been led by students, people who study, because how do you enact the policy? How do you enact a policy? How do you change a policy? You need intellectuals, scientists to enact policies. It has to be based on science. Whenever you enact a policy, it has to be based on science. Why do we do this? For example, why do we need universal health care? Why? Because science says, this study shows that if your people are healthy, you have a workforce, you can develop a country, you have a healthy, when your people is taken care of, you don't need to worry. Those people will work for you. You don't need to threaten them to work. They will willingly work for you when their needs are taken care of, when they're healthy. They will develop your nation. It will happen. Science has shown this. That's why you need scientists to govern. They will enact policies based on evidence, whether tangible or intangible, right? Why do you need to do screenings in healthcare? Because prevention is better than cure. You get me? Leaping Larry is why they love the essay, no bar to entry. The reason every other American leftist think they should all be communists is because they have a main character. Yeah, exactly. They have main character syndrome. You're not shit. I'm not shit. I'm just a jester. I'm just the guy screaming, you know, get your news today. Get your news today. Don't expect us to have the solution. Scientists have the solution. Yeah, we are propagandists. The reason I was in this mess in the first place is because I see a lot of, you know, empire NPCs, and and they have the money. They have the money to fund empire NPCs. So we have to do this independently. Yes, Pulido, does Malaysia still have a lot of poverty? Yes. We're a capitalist country. We're a social democrat country. We're a social democrat country. That's what we are. We're more advanced in our social democratism or democratic socialism than the U.S. of A. For some reason. For some reason, we're more advanced. We have social democracy band-aids. Like a shitty healthcare system, we have that. Shitty public transportation system, we have that. Like a shitty education system, we have that. You don't have that. You don't have a shitty public transport system. Your public transport system is a hellhole. Young Cubians come to my country, they get orgasms. Holy fuck, your public transport system has lights. There's no cockroach in your subways. Holy fuck. Bro, that's the bare minimum. That's the bare minimum. Malaysia is a capitalist country. Social democracy is a capitalist entity. That's what Malaysia is. Okay? Malaysia has a monarchy. Okay? In order for Malaysia to be revolutionized, the monarchy has to be destroyed. This is why I'm a cat. We got to do what the Chinese and the Russians did to their monarchies. Leaping Larry, that's why I just read these works to people. You're Ayatollah. That's what the Ayatollah does in Iran. He reads to people. I can't lead nothing, especially over the internet, but maybe someone will hear my readings who is involved in that party building more directly. That's what the Ayatollah does. That's a literal position in Iran, the Ayatollah. He reads to people. He shapes the minds of the people. He shapes the minds of the people. This is what led to Iran fighting the US of A. The Ayatollah reading to Iran. The Ayatollah making sure that the media in Iran shows culture, shows science. Ayatollah advises, not commands. Ismat in the dunya, would you say that the Malaysian capitalist parties, all the same policies, lobbying for different interests? Yes, correct. The current same policy, yes, because there are certain things in Malaysia you can't mess with. For example, you don't mess with the universal health care. Do not mess with that. The people of Malaysia love the universal health care. The people of Malaysia are communists, they just don't know it. They love that universal health care. Don't mess with that. Okay, there are some things you can't mess with in Malaysia. People start to get attached to communist entities, but they just don't know it. If they knew it, lobbying for different interests, yes, because the current, and they have different cronies, different corporate friends, and also they might ignore certain lobbies. I give credit to the current administration for ignoring the cigarette lobbies, for example. They ignored the cigarette, the tobacco lobbies, but at the same time, they still can't do shit about tobacco. The tobacco mafia. They still can't do shit because they're social democrats. They don't know it yet. They think they're right wingers, but they're social democrats. They can't do shit about the capitalists because the capitalists control the country. Right? They can't. How long will it take for them to tax sugar, for example? They can't do shit, people, because the sugar mafia controls the country. The sugar king is literally in Malaysia. They can't do shit. It's not China where the party controls the capitalists. It's not China where you can just, you get me? You can just kill capitalists. Malaysia is governed by capitalists. You can't do shit in Malaysia. You can't make the healthcare system good in Malaysia, great in Malaysia. It's good enough, yes, if you compare it to the Yankees, the Yankubians, but it's not great. It will never improve. The private healthcare mafia will not let it happen. No way you will improve the government healthcare. No way. Who's gonna come to us? If the universal healthcare is already great, who's gonna come to us? Right? If the government education is already great, who's gonna come to the private colleges? There's a private college mafia in Malaysia who governs the policies. Right? The people are not in charge of this country, it's the capitalists. So social democracy does not work. My country is a shining example of that. At the end of the day, who governs the country? The capitalists. You can't do shit. Ayatollah. Muslims not beating the foot fetish allegations. Yo, Muslims do have a foot fetish. You know what Muslims say? I can't even translate this. Heaven is in your mom's, under your mom's foot. Leaping Larry. China has anti-corruption drives. Yeah, China literally controls. You might not. I don't know, Larry, what your thoughts on China is. Some commies might not consider China full socialism, but take it at face value. Just take it as reality. The reality is China does have control over their capitalists. That's the reality. Whether you disagree with a lot of their conduct, I do disagree with their conduct sometimes. But China is at a bare minimum of socialism where they are in control. This is something most countries will never hope to achieve. Ever. Just to be in full control of your country. Just that the people are in control of these billionaires. It's unprecedented. Larry, I consider it fully socialism because the masses set policy. The amount of market or central planning doesn't define socialism to me. It's dedication to... I accept this. Yeah, I accept this. I accept this. Because if my country had that shit, if my country got rid of monarchy, if my country has full control of the capitalists, holy fuck, that's revolutionary. Just those two things, that you control the capitalists, you control no monarchy, you control the capitalists. We can't deny that capitalism will exist and capitalists will exist. But are you a capitalist country? That's the question. Are you in control of these capitalists? Oh wait, you're talking Max is talking about Maduro? A bunch of Venezuelan people said that Maduro was a bad president. Diasporoids mostly. They are collaborators, unfortunately. The ruler from within your own people is always 1,000 times better. Wait, I have auto-translate? I don't understand this. Why does YouTube have auto-translate? Holy shit. I don't even know how to turn that off. Grandfather. What do you say though? I have auto-translate feature. Let me check it out. What time is it? Holy shit, I actually got work to do. Oh, I do have auto-translate maybe. That's what Marcos. I thought Marcos was bugging out. I'm sorry, Marcos. YouTube is on some fuckeries. Where the fuck is... Where is this auto-translate shit? It's not even here. Okay, let me try to figure out this auto-translate shit. Okay, from grandfather. And then I can I could get the fuck out of here. Unlike those ships, those Qatari. Unlike those Qatari ships. Sepanevi, you need to get the fuck out of here. Sepanevi. Where is this auto-translate shit? Holy fuck. It's not even in the options for you to change. That's crazy. YouTube is crazy. Why do you need to auto-translate shit? No, I can't stream. I need to do work right now. I have work to do right now. I have to eat probably and then do work. Right? You can see me in the Discords. Green eggs and hammer. This is a wild Platner quote from today. We engaged in electoral politics. We motivated people. We banded together. We did the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. By who? Told by who? And we won, and now they're not gonna let us have it. Who is we here? You're a Democrat. Holy shit. You're not the fucking... You're a Democrat. Who's we? You're a Democrat. You're a genocidal entity. You're a duopoly. Who's we? Holy fuck. That's crazy. We engage in electoral politics. Revolutionary words. Such revolution, much revolution. We engage in electoral politics. Right? We did it the way that we were told we are supposed to make change. This is a revolutionary. We did it how we were told we supposed to do it. Larry, democratic socialists think they are socialists, but indeed, yeah. It's the name itself is an insult to socialism. Holy fuck. I'm not a socialist, but it's like saying collectivist, we are the collectivist communist party. Communism is already, it's in the name. It's, oh man. Green eggs and ham. What do you mean if I were him? Why would you want to be him? Don't say if I were him. Imagine if you woke up as Graham Platner one day. Just visions of dead Iraqi babies and Afghani babies. If you woke up one day screaming, being haunted by the dead babies, West Asian babies. All those memories of the women you raped. The women from Thailand you raped. Right? Imagine waking up to those memories. That's a hellhole. Democratic socialist is like saying, how do I? It's such fuckeries. It's such Yankubian fuckery. Why do they do this? You don't need to specify. You don't need to add democratic to socialism. Socialism will always be way more democratic than democracy itself. Democracy is voting for the same person every half a decade. Socialism is democracy every second of your life. It's having a vote every second of your life. Right? It's having control. It's agency. Now that's democracy. You need to add democracy to that. When that is democracy that you can own. Democracy that you have for your whole life. Democracy is not democracy. Yes, Pulido, can you piss off more libs on Discord? I'm about to get kicked from DNW. I'm about to get kicked. The only person that can protect me is Noor, probably. She's not even active. That's the only person that can protect me. I have no mods or admins that can protect me. Like DPRK is democratic. Okay. But I probably need to watch the Larry video about that. Maybe tomorrow. The democracy of DPRK. But it looks democratic to me. The people vote for wanting a house, they get a house. The people want a house, they get a house. That's democracy. The people want the people want public transport, they get public transport. That's democracy. Right? The people don't want guns in the US. How long is it taking you to get rid of guns? Is that democracy? How long is it taking you to get fucking trains in the US when the people want it? That's not democracy. Can you piss off? Yeah, I'm about to get kicked from that Discord. No one can protect me. Anyway, I gotta go. Let's see who we can raid. Who should I raid, people? Tell me. Who's online right now? Who's online right now? Yeah, join the Discord, by the way. I'm always active on Discord, even at work. Even at work, I'm checking Discord. I don't give a shit. I'm an iPad baby. Lenin Smash. Lenin Smash. Lenin, what a crazy name. Lenin Smash.
Yo! My car now, baby! Let's go.
Fish, you're older than me. Wait, what do you mean? Why is this a statement? Yo, Miku, why is this a statement? An older guy can't be an iPad baby, right? An older guy, like an old guy, what are you, ageist? Are you an ageist? Shonda Black is Shonda Black is online. Okay, I'm gonna do Lenin Smash. Marxist Leninist is best D Marx live, Phil. Do you understand English, Phil? Ludwig is online. There's no Marxist on. Oh, wait, DNW is online. Let's go DNW. Okay, people, Mundem, look me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes. Love for the love. That's all for now. Thanks for watching. Peace.
Did anyone ever hear another one? He said,